now. So the homework recommendation that we had was closing problem number 4. Again, you'll have one of these for your test tomorrow night. And there's going to be 4 questions that come from it. So we're going to go through this like we did the other day. Make sure we cover everything. And then, of course, if you have any questions, we'll address those as we go. Let me give myself a little bit more room here. And then, like I said, we'll see this again tomorrow. Is everybody good with bringing a blank closing disclosure for the exam tomorrow? Bring a blank one of these and cool. And we'll talk about the check-in process. There's a check-in process, but we'll talk about that tomorrow right before your exam. So we're going to start with, we're doing closing problem 4. We're told this is the complete closing disclosure. When performing prorations, use a 365-day year. When performing interim calculations, don't round off until we get to the end. You can't miss for rounding, blah, blah, blah. So I start off with a sales price of $465,800. What am I going to do with that $465,800?
It's going to go to K from the borrower and M to the seller.
That's right. That's right. It's a double entry item, which means I'm going to see it twice. And the sales price is always going to be a debit to the buyer and a credit to the seller. That's the gist of our contract. Remember last week we looked at our contract? We said it takes us 15 pages for the buyer to promise to pay the seller. So it's a debit the buyer, credit the seller. We're going to put that under the buyer. Their debits are in K. K1, $465,800. And then we're also going to put it for the seller under M, M as in Mary, $465,800. So my sales price of $465,800 is a debit to the buyer, credit to the seller. Question on that? K and M. Closing date is May 19th. My suggestion is you guys take that date, write it in the top corner, maybe both pages of your blank closing disclosure, just because we know we're going to need it, just because we know we're going to need to reference it. So May 19th. I have an earnest money deposit of $5,000. What am I going to do with that? What's an earnest money deposit?
It's L1.
Maria, yeah, Magdalene, what did you say?
Credit the buyer.
Credit the buyer, that's right. And it goes under L1. L is in Larry. L is all the buyer's credit. So remember, we went under contract, they pay this earnest money deposit. We said when we go to closing, we're going to credit it back to you at settlement. So now we're here, we need to make sure we do it. So we have $5,000 earnest money. And then I have a due diligence fee, $1,500. What's that? What are we going to do with that? What's that going to look like?
A credit, a debit to the seller, no?
Debit to the seller, and it's a double entry. So we're going to debit the seller and credit the buyer. That's right. Remember, again, back up to when we went under contract. The buyer gave that money to the seller, yes? So now that we're here at closing, we need to reverse that. So at settlement, it's going to show up as a credit to the buyer. They already paid that once. They should not have to pay it again. So I'm still in L as in Larry. L6 is the due diligence fee of $1,500. And then under the seller's debits, N is in Nancy, N7 is the due diligence fee. So the due diligence is a double entry. The earnest money is just credited back to the buyer. Questions on earnest money or due diligence? Okay. Then we got financing. I got a loan for $419,220. How's that going to look on my settlement statement? What's the loan going to look like?
A credit to the buyer.
Credit to the buyer, because the lender's showing up with this money on their behalf today, right? Can the buyer close without this money? No. So today it is brought, you see under L where it says paid already by or on behalf of the borrower. That's what the lender's doing. They're paying that on behalf of. So under L as in Larry 2, L2, I have a loan amount of $419,220. Today, it's a credit to the buyer. The next 30 years, it's a debit to the buyer, right? The next 30 years, the buyer's going to pay that lender back, or 15 years, whatever. So it's a 5.25% interest rate. Hang on to that. We'll come back to that in just a second. I got a 1% loan origination fee. Loan origination fee is always of the loan amount. So we just determined that my loan amount was $419,220. The lender's charging a 1% loan origination fee. So we're going to have a loan origination fee of $4,192. Anytime you see the word like fee or due or owe, that should tell you it's a debit, right? Kind of help you out with those terms, with the terminology. And if it's the loan, then it's going to be a debit to the buyer, right? Because it's about their loan amount. So we're going to go back up to page 1. A is our loan amount. So A2, you have the loan origination fee of $4,192. Loan origination fee. Seller has agreed to pay a half a loan discount point. Again, it's always of the loan amount. So our loan amount is $419,220. A half a percent, a half of a discount point is just equal to a 0.5% of the loan. So we take the loan amount of $419,220 times a 0.5%, and I get an amount of $2,096.10. This is that funny one that we talked about the other day. Discount points are always going to go under A1. The buyer owes the discount point to their lender. Who is the lender going to collect the discount points from? The buyer. Does the lender have any relationship whatsoever with the seller? No. So how can the lender collect from the seller? You guys with me? So we still have to show that where we always show it. Yeah, Christina.
Quick question. You put it under the buyer, but isn't the seller going to pay for it?
So we have to show it under A1 because that's the money that the buyer owes their lender. Okay, so that's step 1, is to put it under A1. Okay. The fact that the seller is paying for it is an agreement between the buyer and the seller, right? So they got a little side hustle thing going on, right? The buyer still owes that to the lender. On the side, buyer and seller agree that the seller's gonna basically reimburse the buyer. Anything between the buyer and sellers on page 2. So if we look at L and N, you guys see seller credit, or as Maria told us, you might have something like, I don't know what they said. Did they call it a discount point?
Yeah, they put discount point.
Discount point.
Mhm.
So you can do it either way. You can either do it a seller credit or actually say discount point. As long as we get it under L and N. So we have that same amount. It's going to go here. L, in this case, 9, or you can put it L5, whichever. And then we have a place for it here. So let's talk about what we just did. Let's make sure we're good with this. What did I do on page 1? I did a debit to the buyer. Right? That's what we did on page 1. We did a debit to the buyer. On page 2, I did a credit to the buyer and a debit to the seller. What do a debit and a credit do?
Cancel out.
They cancel each other out. So we reversed. Whoops. So we reversed. Now who's paying the discount points?
The seller.
Just the seller. We have to show that money on A. We have to show that money being paid from the buyer to the lender. Again, the lender can't collect from the seller. The lender has zero relationship with the seller. So this is what makes this a fun one. And this is a triple entry item, which means we get to see it 3 times. Questions?
And we see it only 3 times. Is that because in this particular situation, that was the agreement with the buyer and the seller?
That's exactly right. The only reason we're doing it this way is because the seller has agreed to pay. And that's an arrangement between buyer and seller.
Here's another a question. So
Please.
Let's say they didn't agree. We only just put it on the buyer side.
That's
like
right.
We don't have to put them down. Okay.
That's right. Whoops. I didn't mean to erase that. So the normal way to do it, if we didn't have this agreement off to the side, discount points, loan origination fees are always going to go in A. So that part didn't change. You're always going to have loan origination fee and discount points in A. What's funny about this one is that the sellers agree to pay. And that's why we put it in L and N. It cancels out the buyers. How much is the buyer now paying in discount points? 0, right? Think of it this way. Think of the seller reimbursing the buyer. What questions do we have on that?
I thought we said he was only paying for half of it.
Half of a discount point. Mm-hmm. So we did the purchase price.
Oh, you know what?
Times 0.5%. Yep.
I'm thinking about one paying half and then the other paying half. Never mind. I confused myself.
Yep. And that's, and thank you, Magdalene, because that's a good point. When it says discount point, a discount point, that is the percentage of the loan.
Gotcha.
So if it gives you, 6 discount points, we're going to do 6% of the loan. That's a lot of discount points, by the way. Other questions on this one? Little funny thing about it. Okay. Then we got the other funny thing that we talked about last week. Brokerage commission, 5.5% of the sales price. All right, let's just stop right there. First, we got to figure out commission, right? And it's of the sales price. So my sales price is $465,800. The seller has agreed to pay 5.5%, which means the total commission that the seller owes, goodness, is $25,619. That's not a bad day's work, is it? Will that get you out of the event business, Magdalene? Enough of those would do it.
It'll allow me to have some choices.
What a smart answer. So everybody good with calculating commission. Step 1, calculate commission. Commission is always of the sales price. So whatever the seller's charging. Now here's the funny thing about this problem. This says, note, at closing, the listing firm will retain the earnest money as part of the brokerage fee. So this is the scenario that we've talked about. The listing firm, in this scenario, the listing firm is holding the earnest money deposit. And instead of writing a check and sending it to closing with the agent, they're just going to keep the earnest money deposit. When the agent goes after closing to collect their check, the amount of their check is going to be, you got the commission, minus the amount of the earnest money deposit. So the check made out to Julie's real estate shop is going to be for $20,619, right? That's how much the firm is going to collect. The firm is a third party. Yes. Buyer and seller are the parties to the contract. Everybody else is a third party. Since we're paying the firm $20,619, back up on page 1 under H1, we're going to put down the commission of $20,619 because that's how much the firm is getting. You go pick up your check, you take it back to your firm, your administrator transfers $5,000 from the escrow account to the operating account. So when they make that transfer, how much money has the firm received? When they make that transfer, haven't they received the full commission? The money's already there. Do I have everybody so far? What questions do I have so far? This is what happens on the firm side of it.
Where are you going to compute the other $5,000?
I'm getting there. Do you have questions on what the firm side of it looks like? Okay, so to Christina's point, the seller still owes $25,619 commission, right? And right now I only have them paying $20,619. So now we're going to go back to page 2. And N is all the seller's debits. And N1 is an excess deposit, or you can just write it in. Rest of commission. What I want you guys to see is that it doesn't matter where in N we put it. The attorney can put it anywhere they want to, as long as we have it in N. So now we have $20,619 on page 1, debit the seller, plus $5,000, debit the seller on page 2. How much commission does the seller pay? The full amount, right? We just have to show it twice because, again, what it comes down to, what matters is, what did the third party collect from settlement? What did the third party get? And in this case, the amount of their check was only $20,619. What questions do I have on that?
So basically anything that's not pre-printed, we could just always add it in as long as it's in the correct place.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, your attorneys, I've seen attorneys, they all do what they want to do, right? As long as it's in the right box, as long as it's in the right place, as long as you get the math right, that's what we're looking for here, right? Get that math right.
For the test purposes, are we going to have like tricky ones? Like, you know, where like the seller giving discount points or paying discount points, or
there's a reason we're talking
or is it going to be, or is it going to be like the one that we did together the other day, nice and easy?
A reason why we're talking about this. Why I chose this particular problem for a homework recommendation. Okay. Everybody good with what's happening with the earnest money? Why we did what we did, understanding what's happening on the firm's end. Okay. Let's see. Seller's loan payoff, date of closing. On the date of closing, they owe $388,450. So N is due from the seller at closing, and 4 is their mortgages. So 388, 450. Homeowners insurance annual premium. Homeowners insurance is always due, it's a prepay. So when you pay, if you were to pay your insurance today, it's going to protect your home for the next year, right? When is the buyer buying their home? Today. They need coverage starting today for the first year. So at settlement, they will always have to pay the first year's homeowners insurance. We're back up on page 1 because the homeowners insurance company is a third party. We're going to look under prepaids, and I'm going to look under F as in Frank 1, and we're going to have a prepaid of $1,107.
If it's a prepaid, Julie, it's not before closing?
Well, homeowners insurance doesn't take effect until today, right? So what are we prepaying? We're prepaying insurance for the first year. When we pay insurance today, it's prepaid for the first year.
Okay.
Yep.
So all insurances, I'm just asking in North Carolina how it is. You actually pay on that day to start, because in here you shop around, you pay, and if you don't close, they'll reimburse you. But
no.
Okay.
No. Yep. So the buyers does shop around. We do tell our buyers to shop around, but the policy doesn't start until the day of settlement. Okay. The home is going to be doubly insured on closing day, isn't it? Because we already told the sellers not to cancel their policy until the deed records. The buyer can't have a policy until the deed records. So technically there's 2 policies on the home on the day of settlement. What if the house burns down on the day of settlement? It's pretty much going to come down to a time stamp when the house burned down and when was the deed recorded. Other questions on that? Then we got private mortgage insurance premium for the first year. Some PMI, some lenders collect PMI throughout the year. They take the annual and divide it by 12 and tack it onto your mortgage payment like you would homeowners insurance and taxes. This particular lender is collecting private mortgage insurance premium for the first year. So this is going to be another prepaid. I'm still in F as in Frank. Prepaid mortgage insurance premium, $1,485. They're prepaying for their PMI, their mortgage insurance for the first year. Questions so far? Are we doing good so far? Okay, I like seeing heads bob up and down. Yes. Okay, good. All right, real property taxes. $4,880 unpaid. Guys, when I prorate, I always draw my picture. I like to see what it is that I'm working with. So I see my annual taxes. Closing is May 19th. What's the dividing factor of my year? It is the day of closing. So the 19th, is that what I just said? Yeah, okay, thank you. Seller owns a property the front part of the year. Buyer owns a property the latter part of the year. I have my visual. I can see what it is that I'm talking about here. The problem tells me that taxes are unpaid. If we go to closing on May 19th and taxes are unpaid, that means somewhere in the later in the year, the buyer's going to be responsible for the entire year. So if the buyer's going to pay the taxes later in the year, the next thing you need to do is stop and ask yourself, who owes whom? Who owes who?
The seller will owe the buyer.
We're going to do a debit the seller, credit the buyer. I'm out of room here. Debit the seller, credit the buyer. for the period of time and including the day of settlement that the seller owns the property. The seller owes the buyer for their portion of the taxes. This is that much less money the buyer has to bring to settlement. And so now when the bills come due, now when they come to pay those taxes later in the year, they're not trying to track the seller down and say, hey man, our taxes are due, you owe me some money. What do you think the seller is going to say if the buyer were to call them and say, pay me? The seller's probably going to laugh and laugh and laugh as they're hanging up the phone, aren't they? Like, you are crazy. And the whole idea of settlement is to settle everything between the buyer and the seller. So even though taxes aren't due yet, we haven't even gotten the bill yet, right? Bill doesn't come out until September. So even though the taxes aren't due yet, we still need to settle this between the buyer and the seller. So now we need to count. I got 31 days in January, 28 days in February, 38 days in March, 30 days in April, and then there are 19 days in May. I'll put this down here. So we add up our days. And I get 139, 28, 31, 30, and 19. Yeah, 139 days. The seller owes the buyer for the time they own the property, which shakes out to the first 139 days of the year. Questions on how I got debit the seller, credit the buyer, or question on how I got 139 days?
I do remember you saying something about if they had been billed, meaning it's prior to, I'm sorry, after September, you would do it differently. Can you?
You would do it. You would do a double debit. So the seller would be debited for their part. The buyer would be debited for theirs. Yep.
Okay. So instead of it being that the buyer, I'm sorry, the seller owing the buyer, because it was after September, it would be a double debit and they would just split it all together.
That's right. So what the attorney's doing is they're collecting X amount from the seller, X amount from the buyer, and then the attorney is going to send a check into Forsyth County.
And with that, I'm sorry, and where, so it will go under K and under M, I mean, and under N?
So double debits.
Yeah.
Double debits are actually going to go under H as a write-in.
Oh, okay.
Because who are we paying?
Oh, a third party.
We're paying a third party. Thank you. So it'd be a double debit. We'd have X amount to the buyer, X amount to the seller. Each party would be responsible for their own share. The attorney is then sending, does Forsyth County care where it comes? They really don't care, do they? They just want their money for 123 Main Street. And this way we don't have to worry about it. Okay. Remember, a true proration is a debit to one party and a credit to the other for the same amount. So if we're not doing a true proration, we're doing a double debit. The last thing we need to do is figure out how much. So I have, back up in the problem, I have my annual taxes of $4,880. I need to break that down to daily. So we're going to take 4,880 divided by 365. And I get taxes of $13. They tell you to round at the end, so 0.36. And actually that's 0.37. Your calculator, you actually get something like 0.3369863. But if you want to round, my general rule of thumb, can I share with you guys? The fewer times I have to touch this thing, the less room for human error I have. So if you got 13.3698639, don't touch it. At this point, don't clear it out. then just say times 139 days. And we see can you guys still see 139? So I have that the seller owes the buyer, took my daily taxes times the number of days. We see that the seller owes the buyer $1,858.41. So we've already determined it's a debit the seller, credit the buyer. K is all of the buyer's credits. M is all of the seller's debits. Remember, that's a nice trick we got. When we're prorating, taxes are either going to go here and here, or here and here, right? So when we prorate, taxes, HOA dues, they're going to be side by side. In this case, we're doing a debit the, what are we doing? I'm sorry, I still told you wrong. We're still doing debit, credit, debit. No, there we go. But as we already decided, this is going to be a debit the seller, credit the buyer. So we're actually going to be down here, credit the buyer. Buyer gets a credit for $1,858.41. Seller gets a credit for $1,858.41. Again, for your test, for our purposes, we're not going to break this down to city, town, city, county taxes. For our purposes, a tax is a tax is a tax. For your test as well. In the real world, you're going to see them broken down. Yeah. So Maria?
Just to see if I understand this correctly.
Please.
So when the buyer is going to pay the taxes, that basically means the bill is not out yet, and we're going to, base it on last year, but it's going to be a credit to the buyer and a debit to the seller. Mm-hmm. Or the other scenario could be that the seller paid the taxes and it'll be a credit to the seller and a debit to the buyer, or it could also be the third party option where they both pay to.
That's right.
The lawyer. Okay, so there's three scenarios that the taxes could go under.
There you go. Yep.
All right.
And the unpaid, what do you do? It depends on what time of year it is.
Okay.
If it's before September, you do what we just did, the debit the seller, credit the buyer. If it's after September, you do your double debit. Okay. If the seller's already paid, then we're going to do a debit the buyer, credit the seller.
And that'll tell us on the problem if the seller paid or
if it's paid, right. Okay. If it's unpaid, it may not tell you it may not tell you that it's unpaid, I guess is my point. But you can know, right? Because the closing's in May. Has the bill come out?
No.
So if closing's in May, there's no possible way that it could be paid yet, right?
Right.
This problem was nice. They told you it was unpaid, but they wouldn't have to do that. Now, after September, they got to tell you if it's paid or unpaid. What other questions about taxes and prorating? Draw your timeline. See your visual. And then you can ask yourself, who owes who? Can I erase my mess? It makes sense to me. That's all that matters, right? My chicken scratch here. All right. So we just did taxes. Now we got loan escrow account deposits. They're going to collect 8 months of real property taxes, 2 months of homeowners insurance, and 2 months of PMI. The problem gives us the annuals. Yes, the problem gives us the annuals. So what we need to do is take the annual. Let's start with taxes. My annual taxes are $4,880. How do I break annual down to monthly? I just divide by 12. How many months in a year? So I take my annual divided by 12. You get a big long number that looks like that. Again, if you don't clear your calculator and they want to collect 8 months. I'm not going to have room to do all three. So let's look on page 1. Loan escrow deposits. I got a whole separate category for those. Those go under G, as in Jenny. So if you look in G, G3 is property taxes. So you got $3,253.32 for taxes prepaid. Then we're going to go through that again. We need 2 months of homeowners insurance. So when you look back up in the problem, we're reminded that annual homeowners insurance is $1,107. Again, I need to break that down to monthly. So you get $92.25 a month. They want to collect 2 months. 2 months of homeowners insurance is $184.50. G1 is our prepaid, G1. And then we got 2 months of private mortgage insurance. Again, I go up in the problem, I find my annual premium was $1,485, divide by 12. Times 2 months. And there's our escrows for G. Remember what the escrow account, the initial escrow, the lender's collecting money for a cushion. Is there a really good chance homeowners insurance could go up next year? Could that policy be more expensive? If the homeowner is going to pay it on your behalf, don't they need some money to do that? So it's not uncommon for them to collect. They got to originate your escrow account and they have to have some money in case those bills go up, because they like to do that. What questions do I have on the escrows? The loan escrow account deposits. Then we have our credit report fee and our appraisal. So back up under page 1, under B as in boy. Remember, we need, if you put these on here for your exam, I need you to make sure you get it in the right place. These are going to be paid at application, means they were paid before closing. So you want to make sure that you show, if you want to put them on, you don't have to put them on, but if you want to put them on, just make sure you get them in the right place. Then we're told we got some miscellaneous expenses charged at closing to the respective parties according to standard practices indicated. Interim interest. Who pays interim interest?
Buyer.
Buyer. So we're going to closing on May 19th. If we go to closing on May 19th, when is their first mortgage payment going to be due?
July 1st.
There you go. Anytime you originate a new loan, you always skip the first. So you originate a loan. The loan originates on May 19th. There is no payment on June 1st. The first payment is July 1st. When they make that payment in July, they're going to pay June's interest, because interest is paid in arrears. How do you remember that? You can look to see where your rear is. Where's your rear? It's behind you. So what interim interest is, does the lender still want to get paid interest for the rest of May? You bet they do. So at closing, what we're going to do is collect interest. Interim interest is always the day of closing to the last day of that month. You guys hear my absolute word there? Interim interest is always the day of closing to the last day of that month. Our highly technical way of counting days. You got May 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. There are 13 days left in May that the buyer owes their lender for interest. Questions so far? Everybody good on how I got the 13 days? I actually counted it out on my fingers. Now we need to figure out how much. To calculate interim interest, you look at the balance, or on day one, it's the loan amount. So it looks like I had to go up a little bit. The loan amount is 419,220. 419,220. That's our loan amount. That's how much the buyer's borrowing times the interest rate. It's at 5 point. Let me verify that. Instead of me going by my 5.25%. Okay. So the loan amount times the interest rate, the balance times the interest rate, gives us annual interest. I get annual interest, $22,009.05. I need to break annual interest down to daily. How many days in a year? 365. So
can I ask you a question?
Please.
Because I think it throws me off every time I try to do something with the year.
Okay.
Because I feel like I was told at some point that we do 360 days.
That was back in your pre-licensing days. We're in the real world now.
Okay, so that's what I was saying. Like, I didn't make this up. Like, I don't know why that was stuck in my head. Like,
in pre-licensing, you had a 30-day month and a 360-day year. They did that in pre-licensing to make it easy. I'm not sure that it makes it easy, because now you guys are sitting there going, why aren't I doing it this way? So I don't know why they did that, but that's what you,
It was so like that, and February was counted as 30 days.
Every day has 30
really
days.
Been hard.
Yep. And we know that that's not true. And I think that's what's hard to make us, but they think they're help. So, So yeah, we're past that now. Actual day of the month and 365 day of the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. So I got daily. I took my annual, I divided by 365 to get daily. And then the next thing I need to do is just times by the number of days. So again, if you have your 60.298767 is what I have on my calculator. If I don't clear it, I say times 13, and I get $783.88. That's interim interest, which is a prepaid. You're prepaying, or the borrower is prepaying interest. So our prepaids are under F as in Frank. F3 is prepaid interest, 783.88. F3 is our interim interest. Questions on this?
I do have a question on how it's tested, Julie. So there's several different pieces to this one question. Would it be counted as one wrong if, it went wrong somewhere in this, let's say you got everything right but one thing or three things, I don't know. But it would just be that one question that's wrong. Is that right?
There's 4 questions on the closing disclosure.
Okay.
One question is at the bottom of
different pieces. I got you. Mm-hmm.
So there's 4 questions on one closing disclosure.
Gotcha.
Basically, the bottom of page 1 and the bottom of page 2 are your 4 questions.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can you get, sometimes I've seen, so if you mess something up here, if you put the wrong thing, maybe something's supposed to go on page 1 and you put it on page 2, you get page 1 wrong, but you could still get this right. Right? So the answer to that is it just depends. I've seen people get the buyers right and the sellers wrong, vice versa. I've seen people get all 4 right. So let's just shoot for that. How about that? Okay. Title insurance. I got a lender's policy of $474 and I have an owner's policy. You guys see that? I got 2 policies, one for the lender, one for the owner, remembering that the owner is the new owner. Today, they're the buyer. Tomorrow, they are the owner. So the policy is going to cover them and when they own. And then there's a policy for the lender. The buyer gets to pay for both. So under C as in cat, there's title insurance, and I'm just going to add these together. $474 plus $85 gives us one borrower paid at closing for $559. Who pays the attorney's fee?
The buyer.
Buyer hires the attorney. So they get to pay under C as in cat, C1. They get to pay the attorney's fee, $700. Who pays to have the deed prepared? Deed preparation. Seller. Yep. So C as in cat, C2 is our seller paid, and the deed preparation is $100. Basically, what's happening here is the buyer's attorney is preparing the deed, but they're going to charge the seller because whose deed is it at this point? When we're getting it ready to take to settlement, whose deed is it? It's still the seller's, right? So they get to pay that. Then I have a deed recording fee. If the seller pays to have it prepared, who pays to have it recorded?
The buyer.
Buyer. And then I also have a mortgage recording fee. It's in the lender's best interest that the mortgage get recorded as soon as the brand new deed gets recorded, isn't it? It's like within the next breath. You record the deed of trust, record the mortgage. It's in the buyer's best interest to record the new deed. It's in the lender's best interest to record the deed of trust. Again, the buyer gets to pay for both. So I got a $15 deed recording fee, a $24 deed of trust for a total. Buyer paid $39. Who pays excise tax?
The seller.
Seller.
Can I ask you just a quick question?
Of course.
So since it's, in the lender's best interest that the deed of trust gets recorded or whatever, why don't they pay the fee? Or can we argue for them to pay the fee?
Why don't they pay to have for their title insurance? Right? That's a great question. $465, $800 is our sales price. I guess it's the benefit that the buyer gets working with that lender. So the seller pays excise tax. I'm sorry.
I think the answer is because they have you by the kahunas.
That's a lovely way of putting it. Lovely. Oh, that's good. All right, so excise tax. Excise tax the seller pays. It's always based off of the sales price. Excise tax is always based off the sales price. Remember the trick to excise tax. You're never going to have change. So you take your sales price, you divide it by 500. Take my sales price, I divide it by 500, I get $931.68. Do I have change? Yes. So I need to fix that, right? Once you divide by 500, you always round up to the nearest whole dollar. Always up, never down, always up. So you take that amount and you round up to the nearest whole dollar. Now I don't have change. And as we just said, the seller pays the excise tax. In this case, $932. Questions on excise tax?
I think you just misplaced it. It goes right under there.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, Julie, I got a little lost. Where did you get the 500?
That's just a formula for excise tax.
Oh.
You take the sales price and divide it by 500.
Okay.
And then you round up to the nearest.
By 500. Okay.
That's the formula. Yep. Good on excise tax? Good. Wood destroying insects, $220. Oh, really? That's a heck of an inspection, pest inspection. $220 unless we're told otherwise. That's something that the buyer pays. So C is in cat. C4 is the pest inspection. There's a $500 home warranty to be paid by the seller. Home warranty is under H. H is in Heather. Seller has agreed to pay the home warranty, $500. And then you have two courier fees, one to pay off the seller's mortgage and one to return the documents back to the buyer's lender. The seller gets to pay their courier fees. The buyer gets to pay their courier fees. That's fair, right? Wire transfer, anything like that. Each party gets to pay, and those are both under H as in Heather. So I got the buyers, H.
Just to confirm, Julie, that home warranty, it only says to be paid by the seller, but if it did not say that, we would assume that that's a buyer expense, right?
The home warranty needs to tell you because that's a completely negotiable. So the home warranty and the problem is going to have to tell you.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Because in this market, are sellers paying for home warranties? No, they are not. Is it going to come back when sellers pay for home warranties again? Oh, they're going to be offering to pay for home warranties, right? Because they're going to be begging buyers to come. So we had $25 for the seller's loan payoff or courier fee, $25 for the buyers. Any questions?
I have a question, but it's not about like the courier fee.
Okay.
So when I did this and I was looking to check my stuff with the solution, there was like a survey that was up there, and did I miss that?
For this problem?
Or maybe I was, yeah, I think it was.
Problem number 4? I need to look at that then. So thank you.
I think they just misplaced it for the pest inspection report because that would be the wood destroying insect thing.
So you're saying it was here?
Yeah.
Instead of here. Yeah, thank you.
That's what I thought. Looking.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's not here, right? If it's not over here, then it shouldn't be over here. Only what's here should be over here. So there's not unless I skipped something. Did I skip something? No. Okay. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take our break because I am watching our time and I want to give you guys a break. So let's go ahead and take 10 and when we come back, we're going to finish this thing up. Okay, we'll finish it up. So let's take 10. Let's see, it is 6:18. So let's come back at 6:29 and we will wrap this up. Welcome back.
Nervous about this test.
You know, it's a lot of information, I know, but we got time for a review. So we'll do a review. Did you get a chance to look over stuff this weekend to play around and learn test pass, to look over the material?
No, and I wish I had, but I was just busy with the party. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna take time to look at it before tomorrow.
Cool. So yeah, and like I said, we'll do a review, so that should help too.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. So we've gone through the worksheet. So now let's just focus on our closing disclosure. Again, if you want to do it right, if you want to do it the way it's set up, you're supposed to add each block, each section. So you're supposed to add A, B, and C, put D here, add E, F, G, and H. That goes in I, and then you add D and I to get J. So you see it gives you the little formulas. It kind of walks you through. Again, you guys, in the real world, every attorney is going to be a little bit different. So as long as you have this basic layout, as long as you understand, you know, A, B, and C equal D, A plus B plus C, I is E plus F plus G plus H, and then J is D and I. The way I do it, I just add straight down. So when you take everything on page 1, I have discount points. I have a loan origination fee for the buyers. I have their attorney's closing fee. I have 2 title insurance policies, one for the owner, who's the buyer, another one for the lender. I have the pest inspection. We have the recording fees, both deed and mortgage. We have our prepaids. There's our first year homeowner insurance policy, our first year PMI or mortgage insurance, our prepaid interest, also known as our interim interest. I have my initial escrows. So here's my homeowner's insurance escrow, my PMI escrow, and my taxes. And then we have the courier fee to the buyers. And when you add it all up, one test question on your test is going to be, what is the buyer's J? And again, it's multiple choice. So if you're a couple cents off from me, you're going to be able to look at the multiple choice answers and go with the one that's closest, right? They're not going to give you 50 cents, 51 cents, and 52 cents. They're just not going to be that close. So if you got 53 cents, you should be able to look at this answer choice and see that that's close. Does that make sense to everybody? So we add up the buyers. Now we go add up the sellers. Seller paid at closing. We got their $100 deed preparation fee, their excise tax, the commission, the home warranty, and their courier fee. And when I add up the seller's J, I get your second test question. So we add up the buyer's J and the seller's J. There's 2 test questions right there. What is the buyer's J? What is the seller's J? Question on page 1. If I were you guys, once you tally page 1, the very next thing I would do is take these numbers and put them on page 2. They're really easy to forget. So before you do anything with page 2, take the buyer's J and the seller's J. Remember, everything in K is all of the buyer's debits, including K3, closing paid at closing costs paid at closing. You see in parentheses it says J. That's asking for the buyer's J on page 1. So take that number, 14,892.51. And then under the seller's debits, N are the seller's debits. N2, it said closing costs paid at closing, and in parentheses, it says J. So we're going to take that number from page 1, 22,176. Now we are totally done with page 1. We can put it behind us. Now when we look at page 2, if you guys, I think the easiest way to see page 2 is to fold it longwise. So just focus on the buyer. The buyer's K and the buyer's L. K is all of the buyer's debits. L is all of their credits. So if we were to look at this, and again, if it helps you guys to write a big D here and a big C here, by all means, this is your scratch paper. You do with it whatever, however it helps you out. So if that helps you to see that, please. You can also look at the verbiage. K says due from the buyer. It's a debit when you owe money, right? L says paid already or on behalf of. That's a credit coming in. So you can look at the verbiage to help as well. We add up all the buyer's K, and I get $480,692.50. I add up all of the buyer's L, all the buyer's credits, and I get $429,674.51. Debits minus credits. The buyer's debits, K, minus all of their credits, L, tell us the cash to close from the buyer. They need to bring $51,018. Readily available funds. They cannot bring a personal check for $51,000 to closing. They either need a cashier's check or a wire transfer. Questions on the box? That's your third test question, by the way. Was the cash to close from the buyer, borrower? Questions on the buyer? And then we fold our paper long ways again so we can just focus on the seller. So the seller's, everything on the seller's on the right. Due to the seller, that tells us that this is a credit. Due from the seller, that tells us that that's a debit. So M as in Mary is all the seller's credits. N as in Nancy is all the seller's debits. So if we add up everything, they only have one credit in this case, right? Just the purchase price. They got a whole bunch of debits though. So add up all of their, we'll enter their credits, the purchase price. M, add up all their debits. How much do they owe? You get $421,000, $421,080 and 51 cents. M minus N, credits minus debits, tells us hopefully how much the seller's gonna get. So this is cash to the seller. They will get $44,719.49. As we talked about last week, could that number be a negative? Could the seller owe more than what they can sell the property with? Absolutely. That if it's a negative, then it's cash from the seller. The seller's going to have to bring money to closing. Again, it can't be readily available funds. So we're looking at a cashier's check wire transfer. Once again, to reiterate the importance of having this conversation with your seller way back in the day before you ever list their property. You got to get real personal with sellers really fast, don't you? How much do you owe? What are your outstanding liens? How many mortgages? Oh, by the way, my name is Julie, but how many mortgages do you have, right? We got to get real personal real fast. I could not even imagine a scenario where you get to the day before closing and the seller says, what? I owe money? I don't have any money to bring to closing. You just did all that work for what? Absolutely nothing. Is it worth having an awkward conversation at the beginning? I sure as heck think so. So remember, use your listing agreement. Your listing agreement asks for approximate balances. And that's part of the reason why it asks for that, because we don't want to wind up in a situation here the day before settlement. Questions?
Can you explain, it's not from this problem, but it's from problem 1. Okay. If you pull it up, I want you to just explain it to me. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it.
No, let's see. So problem 1.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So if you go to like the loan escrow amount deposits, right? It says 2 months of private mortgage insurance at a renewal rate of $50 per month. So my thinking is we have to give 2 months plus $50 per month. Or is it just?
No, it's just $50 a month. So what this is saying, and thank you, Maria, for bringing this up. What this is saying is the first year was $720.
Okay.
Right. So then the next year, they're not going to charge $720. They're going to charge less. And they're only going to charge $50 per month. And that's how they're going to collect taxes. Remember, PMI, private mortgage insurance, it's for conventional loans when the loan to value ratio is 80% or more. So as you pay down that loan, you're less of a risk to the lender, right? Until you get to 80%, and then you can drop that PMI. So year 2, you're not as risky to the lender as what you were in year 1. So it's not uncommon to kind of see that diminishing private mortgage insurance. I mean, I've also seen it where they just, like I said, they just tack it on to your monthly payment. Every lender's different. So yeah, it's just at annual rate. So in this case, you'd have a debit to the buyer for $100.
It's just $100. Okay. So there's no, like, you don't have to calculate the, the 720 divided by 12.
Not in this case. Yeah. Now you're still going to put the 720 on, right? For the first
year. Yeah, you're going to do it the year.
But you're still going to do that. But then for the escrows, it would just be $100.
Okay. And then like this credit report paid outside closing, that would be before closing, right? And
paid outside of closing, yes.
Okay. And then usually appraisals, if it doesn't say, is paid before closing as well, right?
This should be. Yes, this should be.
Because I thought
I think the answer key had one of those wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's what I was thinking. All right. That's it. That was the question.
So as long as we know, and good for you guys for finding mistakes on these answer keys, right? That tells you that you really, really know it when you see stuff like that. So yeah.
So if I ever see like that, the 2 months private mortgage insurance at a renewal rate of 50 per month, I just go 50 times 2. That's it. I don't do that. Okay. Just wanted to clear. Thank you so much for that.
Of course. Of course. See, this one makes it hard because every lender's different. It's like a free for all. They can do whatever they want to. Well, that's not real helpful for me and you, is it? Because now here we are trying to figure out what's this lender going to do? What am I, so yeah, I know it's tricky. Remember, in the real world, you're not preparing these things. You're just verifying them for accuracy. So hopefully if you see something not right, you have your little flag that goes up that says, that's not right. I need to pick up the phone and call the lender and ask questions. Or go to your BIC. If you don't want to call the lender first, go to your BIC. Other questions? Closing disclosures. I'm around tomorrow. If you guys are cramming, I'm not going to be helpful to you after 10:15 tonight, but tomorrow I'm around. So if you have questions tomorrow while you're studying, please don't hesitate to reach out to me.
I just have one more quick question.
Please.
Just one more quick question. So the minor repairs to be paid by seller on that thing, I know on that example, I know they had put it on like on the third party thing to be paid by the seller. Why wouldn't it go, you know, a debit from the seller?
Because they're paying for those repairs. And who are they paying? The repairman.
Oh, okay. But like, let's say it said that the seller paid, then it will go down under with buyer and seller, right?
If they were going to credit the buyer, right? If they were going to give a buyer a credit, then it would be a credit the buyer, debit the seller. But this says the seller's going to pay them.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Nope. Yep. Keep them coming.
You know, I think I would have actually assumed the same thing. So I guess what we would be looking for is that to say pay by the seller to the buyer in terms of.
Yeah. Seller pay, you know, crediting buyer for repairs or.
Okay, gotcha.
You know,
okay.
something like this. But this says the to be paid by the seller.
Gotcha.
Same thing with the home warranty. They're not paying the buyer, right? They're paying the home warranty company. Anything else? Okay, ooh, I got a thumbs up. A virtual thumbs up. All right. So back to where we left off. Thursday we were together, was our forms day. We looked at a lot of forms last week. I got just a few more to look at tonight. But we got through most of our forms. Remember, you just need a basic understanding of the form. So your test will give you a scenario, and then it'll say which addendum are you going to use. So that A, B, C, and D are the different addenda. So just have a basic understanding of the addenda. We do need, you know, a better understanding of the offer to purchase and contract. So we went through it. We talked about the guidelines. Again, we're going to do a little review before your exam to help hone everything in for you. And then I think what I like the best, the pages 329 to 354 breaks down what we talked about last week when we reviewed our offer to purchase and contract. So let's spend just a few minutes. Let's spend some time starting on page 332. I think my page numbers might be off, but starting on page 332, let's just spend a little bit more time talking about the earnest money deposit and make sure that we're good. So remember, the earnest money deposit is completely negotiable. The earnest money is whatever the buyer's willing to offer and the seller's willing to accept. Earnest money is not essential for contract formation. So in other words, if the buyer offers 0 and the seller accepts 0, how much earnest money do we have? 0. Have we agreed to that? Do we mutually come to that decision? Boom, we're under contract. So earnest money is not required for contract formation. It's whatever the buyer's willing to offer and the seller's willing to accept. The whole point of earnest money is to show the buyer's good faith. The seller wants to know that the buyer is serious. They're not just out there kicking tires. They really want to buy their house and they're going to do what they can. And also remember too, if the buyer breaches, when's the buyer in breach? Anybody remember when the buyer's in breach?
Is that when if they breach during like the due diligence period?
Not during due diligence, but
oh, it's after due diligence. Then that will be for the actual due diligence fee.
There you go. There you go. So the buyer's technically not in breach until after due diligence. And if the buyer terminates for any reason after due diligence, they're in breach. The seller will keep the due diligence fee They get the earnest money. Those two together are the seller's liquidated damages, and they are the seller's sole and exclusive remedy. That little asterisk there is to remind us, if the buyer or their home inspector, for example, damaged the property and then the buyer terminates, the seller could sue the buyer for those damages. They're not suing the seller for breaching the contract. They're suing the seller for damaging their property. Our contract tells us that the earnest money is due either with this offer or within 5 days of the effective date. You can pick one. You can pick whichever one you want on our offer to purchase and contract. Rules say that the earnest money has to be deposited within 3 banking days of receipt or contract formation. So remember, we kind of walked through the scenarios. You're negotiating the offer, and your buyer says, hang on to my earnest money for me. The buyer doesn't owe that earnest money until if and when it becomes a contract. So when the buyer hands you the earnest money while you're negotiating, don't run to the bank. Get that to your BIC. Let your BIC hold that. In that case, we're not going to deposit it within 3 banking days of receipt. We're going to deposit it within 3 banking days of contract formation if we go under contracts. That's why we say or 3 days of receipt or contract formation. The full broker may hold the earnest money during negotiations. So your buyer hands you the check and says, hang on to this for me. The full broker may. The provisional broker cannot. The provisional broker cannot walk around with somebody else's money. So as a provisional broker, if your buyer says, here's my earnest money check, will you hang on to this for me? What do you do with it? Run, don't walk. Run to your broker in charge. Get it to your BIC. The full broker is welcome to hand it to their broker in charge, but the provisional broker must. And remember, if the contract's never formed, the buyer doesn't owe it. So if the offer never becomes a contract, you're either going to get it back to the buyer or destroy it according to their instructions. Mail it back to me, write void and shred it, whatever they want you to do with it. But don't deposit it if you don't have a contract. What happens with the earnest money depends on what happens with the contract. If the seller breaches, the buyer can sue the seller. Man, the buyer can sue the seller for all sorts of stuff, can't they? They can sue for due diligence. They can sue for earnest money. They can sue for costs associated with their due diligence inspections. So if they had the home inspection, the appraisal, etc. Seller breach, buyer can sue them for specific performance. Remember, specific performance, they could make the seller perform, which means the judge could make the seller do what?
Sell him the house.
Sell. Yeah, they could make them sell. They could make them perform. Buyer can sue the heck out of the seller. If the buyer terminates within the due diligence period, remember their due diligence period, what they're paying for is that right to terminate. That's what they're paying for. So if the buyer terminates within due diligence, the seller will keep the due diligence fee. That's what they paid for. The buyer will get their earnest money back. Worst case scenario, as a buyer's agent, if you have to terminate, try really hard to do it within due diligence so you can at least get the buyer their earnest money back. If the buyer terminates after due diligence, now they're in breach. The seller gets the due diligence and the earnest money. Sole and exclusive remedy. Enough of this doom and gloom. What if we make it to closing? My goodness. What if we don't terminate? We spend so much time about what happens if we terminate. Sometimes it makes it to closing. Earnest money and due diligence are credited back to the buyer. They paid it once, and it'll be a debit to the seller. Earnest money and due diligence is credited back. Due diligence will be a debit to the seller. As we just said, provisional brokers must deliver earnest money deposit immediately to their BIC. Full brokers should deliver it. So if they say, hang on to this for me, PBs must, full brokers should. Guys, bottom line, if somebody else's money is in your possession, it's your responsibility. Let somebody else be responsible for it. If you accept cash, that 3-day deposit rule doesn't count. If you accept cash, have your BIC get it in the bank, because cash is readily available funds. So if the offer never becomes a contract, we don't have to wait for it to clear, right? If the offer never becomes a contract, we can just write a check to the buyer and say, here you go. Your firm very well may have a policy that says no cash. Everything must be cashier's check, wire transfer, personal check even.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, sorry. Please.
Before you move on, I know you said that the buyer could like sue the seller to, for specific performance. Can the seller sue the buyer for specific, like you said, you're going to buy my house, not buy it? No.
Seller's sole remedy, due diligence and earnest money is all they get. And I mean, think about it. Let's say the buyer had to terminate because they can't get loan approval. You can't make them get more money, right? So the seller, when they accept this due diligence and this earnest money, they're acknowledging that that's their liquidated damages and that's all they get. So listing agents, we have a duty to our sellers to make sure that they're comfortable with the due diligence and the earnest money. Again, you guys, this market we're in right now, it's not always going to look this way. We're going to get back to whatever more normal is, and due diligence fees and earnest money are going to be more reasonable. Let's call it that. And the reason being for that, like we said, the consequences for seller breach are a lot harsher than buyer breach, because the seller's the one that initiated this whole thing to begin with by putting a for sale sign in their front yard, right? The buyer would have never been in this situation if the seller didn't say my house is for sale, my property is for sale. So they're the ones that started all of this. There's a commission rule. You don't need to know the rule number, but no, there's a commission rule about earnest money. Specifically talking about our responsibility with anybody's money. Our job with money is to play courier. If we have somebody else's money in our hand, it's because we're getting it from point A to point B. So we can accept earnest money, due diligence, option fees for the purpose of delivering it. What we need to understand is when that money's in our possession, we follow the directions of the buyer. So let's say you go under contract, yay, and you meet your buyer, and your buyer hands you an earnest money check and a due diligence check, and you're en route to drop them off. You're on your way to the listing firm, and you're on your way to the escrow agent, and your buyer calls, and you say, hey, I'm on my way to deliver your checks. And your buyer says, don't do it. We have got to follow their instructions. I'm not handling the money. I'm delivering the money. So what we do with that money is not up to me. It's not my money. So your buyer calls and says, don't you deliver that? And you say, are you sure? And the seller could terminate and they could get that money anyway if they sue you. No, don't deliver that money. All right, I'm turning around and coming back to you. We have got to follow their instructions. Now, once it's out of your hands, it's out of your hands. Another reason why I say get it to where it needs to go, right? Once you've delivered it, you can't get it back. Comments on that? That tends to be a little bit of a mind blower.
I don't know whether you said or not, but is there somewhere you can kind of confirm? I know you document everything, but like say that happened over the phone and they said, hey, bring it back. Is there anything that you have that says, I let them know what magnitude what this means. You know what I'm saying?
And I don't have a pre-printed form for that, but when I document it, you betcha. Because now I can follow it up with it, right? You know, per your request, I gave you your monies back. Now understand, this is what could happen. I'm not an attorney, so I can't tell them what's going to happen if the seller successfully sues you. I can tell them what the contract says. And remember, we looked at it, and the contract says the seller provides written notice and the buyer has 1 banking day to deliver. And if they don't, the seller has the right to terminate. So if that happens, the seller provides written notice, 1 banking day, and then the seller can terminate. That's all I can do is say, hey, buyer, please turn with me to the top of page 2. Let's read this paragraph together, right? I can't interpret it, but I can make sure that they see what's there. Does that make sense? Well, are they going to sue me? Well, how much are they going to sue me for? I have no idea. Can they sue you? They possibly could, but I'm not an attorney. And I think that's where that very fine line comes into place. Like, when do we act like an attorney? When do we don't? Because we think we're helping. We think we're helping. And we need to remember our role in a situation like that.
Would it be safe for us to like say, you know, after reviewing that, you know, the paragraph, please talk to your attorney about possible lawsuits against you or something like that?
Absolutely. Okay. Yep. If the buyer says, well, what's going to happen to me? You need to talk to your attorney. Yep, absolutely. I had sellers that they were so hot and heavy to sell, like they couldn't get rid of it fast enough. And we got under contract and we worked through the home inspections. We got through due diligence. We were about 2 weeks away from closing. And they called me and said, guess what? And I said, what? And they said, we just found out that we're pregnant. I said, oh, yay. And they said, with the stress of pregnancy, we don't want to move. So we need to terminate our contract. Thank you. Stop. And I said, guys, the consequences for selling, guys, they'd had their home inspection, they'd had the appraisal. They thought that they were just going to phone call, going to walk away from this. And I said, it doesn't work like that. You entered into a legally binding contract, not with me, but with the buyer. They ended up selling. They ended up going to, because I told them to talk to their attorney and they didn't want to do that. They ended up going to closing. I tell you, they were not happy with me at all. But I'm not the one that created the legally binding contract. I'm not the one that put them there. I certainly had nothing to do with them getting pregnant, you know, but you just can't wake up one day and say, we don't want to sell anymore, right? For whatever reason. And it takes a lot for my jaw to drop. But when they called me on that, I was like, and what did I say? Y'all need to talk to your attorney, because the buyer could have gone after them. Due diligence, earnest money, home inspection, pest inspection, appraisal, specific performance, you know, the list goes on, right? With earnest money, we talked about disputed earnest money. So remember, if we terminate, the parties have to have a written release of the earnest money. They have to release it. Remember, you guys, the escrow agent is just a holding pond. The escrow agent can't make decisions about what happens to the earnest money. So even though this is what the contract says, the escrow agent is just acting like an impartial third party. So if there's a dispute, the escrow agent is going to retain the earnest money until we resolve it. And if they don't resolve it after a certain amount of time, they can turn it over to the clerk of courts and let the two go hash it out downtown. The escrow agent is just a holding fund. They cannot make decisions about what happens to that earnest money. Any questions on the earnest money? So what I want to do now, let's get out of this PowerPoint just for 1 second. I want to take you guys back to the Real Estate Commission's website. Again, if you haven't explored it, please make yourself a note, especially as you get started in your career. Please make yourself a note that the commission's website is here and it's got lots of good information. I got to ask you again, why recreate the wheel when this material is already here for you? The commission explains so much. And one of my favorite parts about the commission site is publications. And then they have all these Q&A brochures. And these things are so helpful. You can either order them or you can get the PDF download. There is a Q&A brochure on earnest money deposits. So it explains to the buyer what the earnest money deposit is for. Let's make that where we can see it, hey? Do I have to pay an earnest money to have a valid contract? No, sellers typically require it, but we can agree to have it otherwise. How much? It's negotiable between buyer and seller. It explains what happens to the earnest money before closing. Will my earnest money collect interest? Who holds it? So it explains the escrow agent. Earnest money the same as due diligence? No. Goes on to explain what due diligence is, a non-refundable fee a buyer pays for the right to terminate. What if our standard offer to purchase a contract is not used? Remember, we have all these pre-printed forms available for us to use. Can I use another form though? Do I have to use standard form 2T? Can I use another contract? Yeah, as long as it meets the requirements of commission rule, as long as it satisfies. And as this goes on to say, a lot of builders have their own contract. That's not uncommon at all for a builder to have their own contract, as long as it was attorney drafted. I saw a form the other day and I thought, how do you know if it's attorney drafted? I saw a form the other day and at the bottom it said drafted by so-and-so with this firm. So it actually told you that it was an attorney. Well, thank you. That's pretty helpful. That takes the guesswork out of it, right? If you're not sure, if it doesn't give you that little disclosure at the bottom, then you need to ask some questions the party that gave it to you, right? Where'd you get this? Because how do you know they didn't go to Google and get it, right? So if you don't know the source, you need to ask some questions. What else? So again, I think these Q&As are good. Here's one on earnest money deposit. Here's another one on due diligence for residential buyers. So when you're working with buyers, guys, I'm going to go ahead and be really honest with you. Buyers have a hard time wrapping their brains around due diligence. It is hard to explain to a buyer why they have to pay the seller a non-refundable fee so they can conduct inspections. Buyers have a hard time wrapping their brain around this. So when you're working with buyers, especially first-time home buyers or buyers that haven't bought in the last 15 years, if it's been a while since they bought, then this Q&A brochure might be helpful to help point that out to the buyer. So once again, it explains due diligence. It explains the process. What kind of inspections do I need to do? What is a home inspection? What does the home inspector look for? Do I need to be present? How will I know if I need other inspections? I always think of the home inspector as your general practitioner. You go to the doctor once a year for a checkup. Your doctor knows a little bit about a whole lot of things, right? So if your doctor sees something that they don't like, what are they going to do? They're going to suggest that you talk to a specialist. And your home inspector is going to do the same thing. If they see something they don't like about the electrical, they're going to suggest you talk to an electrician. If they see something they don't like about the plumbing, they're going to suggest that you talk to a plumber. So how do you know if you need other inspections? The home inspection report will tell you. It'll say, my recommendation is you talk to a general contractor. It addresses repairs. Here's other inspections. Here's your wood destroying insect. Here's your survey,  radon, structural. I've had buyers with structural concerns before. I had a listing once, and the house, while I had it listed, the house, which was it? I helped these guys buy it, and then I turned around later and helped them sell it. So I actually got my hands on that house twice. And I think when they were buying it, the house was like 100 years old. And when they were buying it, the tree right next to the house was causing structural. You know, tree roots are pretty much going to go wherever they want to go. And the tree was probably just as old as the house, if not older. And some of those roots were bumping up on the foundation. So the suggestion was we talk to a structural engineer for them to come in and assess that tree. Moisture and mold. It tells the buyer what documents they should consider reviewing during due diligence. Here's the RPODs, Residential Property Owners Association Disclosure Statement. Talks about the RPODs, the MOG, the covenants, if they're in an HOA. Final walkthrough. So, you know, again, look, and here's some helpful websites, some other places. There's our sex offender registry. For example, school boards, NCDOT. So again, please, 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 as you guys get started in your career, remember that the Real Estate Commission, I mean, look at, there's all sorts of Q&A brochures. Testing your well water was the most recent one. They just released that one probably a year ago, year and a half ago, something like that. So that's the most recent. You also have, again, just to point it out so you guys know where to find all these resources. You have past e-bulletins. So if you want to look up past e-bulletins, you have that information here. Update topics. These are past general update, past CE topics. So it breaks down the year. So last year we did fair housing, contract, cybersecurity, that kind of thing. So if you want to know, you got CE information right here, the material right here. So again, just know that it's here and know that these are really good resources to help you work with buyers and sellers. Don't feel the need to go out and do all this on your own. Let the Real Estate Commission's website and resources help you out. And just as a reminder, on the home page, you always need to do what the current license law and commission rule tells you. So on the home page, you can find license law and rule, and that's always going to be current. Questions about that, the Real Estate Commission, anything like that?
I have a question.
Please.
It's a really dumb question, but
No.
I know for like, I got my, so it's like related to like the fees that you pay to get your license, you know, to keep it active. I know like, since I just got my license, I don't have to take any like CEs or anything, but I still have to pay a renewal fee. Is that correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. That's
always pay the fee.
Okay. That was all.
Yep. And we're actually going to talk about that in just a bit. So that'll help refresh you as well. But yep. When in doubt, just pay the fee. If you overpay, they'll reimburse you, right? But I'd rather you pay and be reimbursed than not pay and have your license go expired. Okay. The other thing, let's see, let me stop sharing just for 1 second. Have you guys, and you may not have since you're not really practicing yet. Have you guys heard of anything called an escalation clause? I just put the article in for you guys. We'll open it up in just a second and talk about it. But basically what an escalation clause is, the buyer makes an offer at X amount, and then they have an escalation clause. Did you guys get the PDF? Did you guys see that? So they make an offer for X amount, and then they have this escalation clause that says, but I'll be willing to pay up to X amount, or I'll be willing to pay whatever your highest offer is. So this has been a popular thing in the last couple of years with this highly competitive market that we're in. So the Real Estate Commission, this was from the April 2021 e-bulletin. And the Real Estate Commission just tells us to proceed with caution. First off, we cannot disclose the terms of an offer without the offeror's permission. So when I tell you, I'm the listing agent and the four of you are bringing me multiple offers, right? And one of you has an escalation clause. I can't tell you what the highest is necessarily, can I? Because I can't tell you the terms of the offer. So I can basically lock you under contract without you knowing what that contract price is, because you gave me a clause that said I'll pay as much as I need to. Once we go under contract, you may be able to see the terms. You may be able to verify, but by then it might be too late, right? Because now you got people battling out over who gets the due diligence fee, who doesn't, da, 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 da. So, I mean, again, I'll let you guys read this, but every time we have challenging markets, I'm all about creative solutions, but just be careful that your creative solutions aren't putting your buyer or seller in a bad or negative place. Make sure you're not putting your people in a bad situation. I think these are really dangerous. And I would have a hard time looking at a buyer saying, I think this is what you should do. But you guys have got to remember, I'm not the one buying this house, am I? And if my buyer wants an escalation clause, all I can do is educate them. I can warn them, but ultimately, whose decision is it? It's theirs, isn't it? All I can do is caution them, help them understand, as the Real Estate Commission calls it, the pitfalls of using this escalation clause. So I just put that in there for you guys to peruse. Comments on that? The other thing we're seeing out there right now is an appraisal gap addendum. And I had a really hard time wrapping my brain around this. I had to go I was at the office on Friday anyway, and my team leader came in. I was like, help me understand this. Basically, what the appraisal gap addendum says is that the buyer is acknowledging that they're probably paying more than the appraised property. If you go in over asking price, you're probably paying more than what the home's going to appraise for. So the buyer's either agreeing to pay the difference, or the buyer's agreeing to pay the difference up to $10,000 or $15,000. And of course, the dangers for the buyer in agreeing to pay the difference of any amount is we don't know that amount until the appraisal comes back. The pitfalls, it might be more secure for the buyer to say, I'll pay up to $10,000, right? I'll make up that difference. The appraisal addendum gap is more to make the sellers feel good, to make the sellers feel warm and fuzzy, that if this doesn't appraise, the buyer's not going to walk away. Because remember, during due diligence, why can they terminate? During due diligence?
They've paid for that time.
They pay for that time, but what reasons can they terminate for?
For any.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any reason or no reason at all, right? So the contract already says, if the home doesn't appraise during due diligence, does the buyer have the right to terminate? Yeah, we've already covered that, because would that be a reason to terminate because it doesn't appraise? Sure. So the appraisal addendum gap, and that's what I couldn't wrap my little brain around. The appraisal addendum gap isn't for the buyer. It's to make the seller feel secure, knowing that if it doesn't appraise more than asking price, then they're agreeing to either commit or not to commit. Different markets bring different forms in different situations. That's another one I think can get real risky for buyers. But again, as buyers agents, we're educating them, we're coaching them going into this. You're paying $50,000 more than asking price. So this isn't going to appraise, right? So we have these conversations with buyers up front. I think in this market, more so than ever before, the importance of determining your buyer's risk tolerance is crucial. You know, would you be willing to drain your savings account, jump on a plane and go to Vegas? How do you feel about going to the Sheets and buying a $10 scratch off, right? Everybody has different risk tolerance. And I think that's one thing, again, in this market, more so than others, that we absolutely need to help educate our buyers and help them discover, help them learn what their risk tolerance is. Comments? I'm glad I'm not a buyer. I'll say that. Glad I'm not a buyer right now. Whew. All right, let's take 10 minutes. Please come back at 7:30. And we are oh, no, just turned 7:31. We're going to finish up Unit 11. All right. You guys doing good? Everybody doing all right? Cool, cool, cool. A couple more little sections in chapter 11. We're on page 357 now. Again, I got just a few more forms to talk about. One will relate to the conversation we're getting ready to have. Another one will talk about kind of another break from the PowerPoint. I see no reason why we can't get finished up tonight, which is good. That means tomorrow we'll have time to do a review to put it all together for you guys and then let you take your tests. You get 3 hours for your test. So we got to start by 7:15, but I don't think we'll need quite that long. So we're in really good shape is my point. We're in really good shape, not only get through the material, but I think we can all agree this is a lot of information. So I do also like to have the time to put it in a review and bring it home to you guys. With that being said, don't forget, you got the videos. You can go back and watch the recording. You got Learn, Test, Pass. Just about every section of Learn, Test, Pass has some quizzes. So you can go through tomorrow and take some quizzes to get yourself ready. We're in chapters 10, chapters 11, and chapters 14 of your textbook, just those 3 chapters. And they also have, they call them self-assessments, but let's face it, those are little quizzes as well. So as long as you can commit, as long as you can make some time between now and tomorrow evening, you know, we'll get you through these tests. But we'll talk tomorrow about your test. I have rules and expectations for my exam. So we'll talk about that right before we take it, so it's still fresh in your brain. So that's kind of my game plan. It's hard to believe it's done tomorrow. It's the thing about these post-licensing classes, they go so fast. I mean, I just met you guys like, what, 2 weeks ago, and now we're already getting to say goodbye. It's like, we're done, you know? So hang on to your hats, right? So another section we need to cover in chapter 11 is sales contract procedures. The good news is a lot of this is going to be a review too. It's stuff that we've already talked about. So in this section, we are going to talk about specifically about submitting offers to sellers. We're going to discuss multiple offers, which is so interesting. Multiple offer discussion has always been a discussion, but now it's a really relevant discussion in this market, isn't it? Because now it's happening every single day. And then we're going to talk about review offer modifications and counter offers and how that works. So remember we said to create a valid real estate contract, first off, an offer has to be made. The person making the offer is the offeror, the giver of the offer. The person receiving the offer is the offeree, the receivee of the offer. So an offer has to be made. It has to be considered. You can have counter offers, but the two have to agree to enter into the contract together. They have to agree to each other's terms. And we talked about this magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. Your contract defines this as the effective date. I refer to it as this magic moment in time, but there's 2 pieces required. An offer is made. It eventually has to be accepted. If you have verbal acceptance, what do you have? Verbal acceptance? Absolutely nothing. So when we say acceptance, we need signatures, right? We need the parties to agree to this. Remember, guys, you're in the real world now. You're in the real world. You're negotiating with another agent and they call you and say, my guys have accepted. What's your knee-jerk reaction? What's the thing that should fall out of your mouth without even thinking about it?
Have they signed that?
But have they signed it? Because if they've accepted it, you need to know if they said, yeah, that sounds good, or if they have actually signed it. So in the real world, if they don't email you the offer, if they call you or text you and say, congrats, we accept, that's fantastic. Have they signed it? Because if you don't have it signed, you have nothing. So we have acceptance, meaning that we have a signature. And then the second piece of that is that we have communication of acceptance. The person making the offer has got to be notified that their offer has been accepted, that their offer has been signed. Again, your contract refers to this as the effective date. I call this that magic moment in time. But we have to have these two steps. The offer is accepted, and then communication of acceptance crosses the line. As I mentioned, the offeror is the giver of the offer. The offeree is the receivee. I just covered this morning in pre-licensing. I told him, you will never hear me say giver and receiver again. Going forward, it's going to be giver and receivee. You can tell by just the last two, the offeror, the offeree, the lessor, the lessee, the mortgagor, the mortgagee. One party is giving, the other party is receiving. So in this case, talking about the offeror is the person making the offer, the offeree is the person receiving it. I ask you guys not to get bogged down. Don't get in your own way with the offeror is always the buyer, the offeree is always the seller. Please don't get in your own way. The offeror is the person making the offer, giving the offer. The offeree is the person receiving it. One reason I don't want you to get bogged down with that is because with the counter offer, the roles reverse. So if you think the buyer's the offeror, those roles reverse. Now the buyer's the offeree, right? The offeror becomes the offeree. I'm going to say like 9.5 times out of 10, and I just made that number up. You don't need to write that down. But I'm going to say the majority of the times, the buyer is making the first offer to the seller. I would absolutely agree with you. But again, what I need you guys to understand, the seller can make an offer to sell to the buyer. Okay, so we can use the offer to purchase and contract. The buyer could make an offer to buy. The seller could make an offer to sell. Do I have any questions or comments on that? Just to point out in your book on page 358, there's some key points. I like bullet points. They kind of simplify things a little bit, right? So you got some key points about the offer, might help you bring it all together. This is probably one of the biggest problem topics, not just in pre and post licensing, but out there on the streets. The offeror is who? The offeror is the person making the offer, the giver of the offer. The offeror can revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance, even if they put on an expiration date, for example, and they're still within that time frame. The offeror is free to revoke their offer prior to acceptance. And that's so important that we understand that. So you have a buyer, they're out looking at property, they find the one, they say make an offer. Maybe the seller says they're going to accept all offers by Thursday. They'll let you know Thursday afternoon what the seller decides. The listing agent calls for final and best offers on Thursday. Today's Tuesday. Is that still right? Okay, Tuesday. So you present the offer knowing that the decision is not going to be made until Thursday. Wednesday, tomorrow, another property comes on the market. Your buyer likes it. They say, withdraw offer number one. I want to make an offer on property number two. Can they do that? Yes. Why? Because the offeror can revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. Do not have two offers out there for your buyers at the same time. What if both sellers say, okay, I agree. Now you've just gotten your buyers legally contracted to buy two homes. Good job, right? So do not, if you're going to present, if you already have an offer out there and your buyer changes their mind, you got to revoke offer one before you present offer two. Everybody good with that? The offer must be accepted and the acceptance must be communicated. We've talked about the acceptance. Again, these are the two pieces that we're kind of going over and over and over again. There's a reason we're going over and over and over again. Remember too, we'll see this again when we look at our review. remember we talked about the line? I highly recommend you guys draw the line. So for example, you have the buyer making the offer, and what the heck, let's give them an agent. So you have the buyer making the offer. You have the seller receiving the offer. Remember we said in a counter offer, the roles reverse. So let's pretend that the seller counters. The offeree, the person receiving, always has three choices. What are their three choices? Let's walk through them together. They can accept it. They can reject it. Or they can counter it. So the seller has three choices. So let's say in this case, the seller decides to counter it. When the seller counters it, the roles reverse, right? The seller is now making a brand new offer to the buyer. There's no end in sight for countering until somebody accepts it or rejects it. Let's say that the buyer accepts it. And for our purposes, by acceptance, let's say that we know that that means that they've signed it. The buyer has signed it. The buyer calls their agent and says, hey, I've accepted. Am I under contract? Are we under contract? The buyer calls their agent. Is their agent on the same side of the line as them? So when the buyer calls their agent, that's just communicating. You're not under contract. You haven't crossed the line yet. Now the buyer's agent calls the listing agent and says, we've accepted. I have a signature and I have communication crossing the line. Now am I under contract? And that's it. And we need those two things. And that's why I think you guys need like scratch paper on your test tomorrow, so you can walk this out, so you can see the scenario, because you've got to see communication crossing the line. Remember what we said too. It only takes communication across the line once. So if I call you and tell you it's been accepted, and then I followed up with a text, which form of communication actually put us under contract? The phone call, because I just needed to cross the line once. The text message is just me following up. The text message is me being a little obnoxious to make sure that you know that you've received my communication of acceptance. Any questions at all on this? Some key points in acceptance in your book, 359 to 360. Yeah, 359 to 360. Again, some bullet points that I like. Yeah.
Just a quick question. Can the buyer, let's say they're like, okay, I'll call the seller directly and I'll give him the good news, and then I'll notify my agent.
They can. Yep. I'd be so mad at my buyer if they did that, but they can. Yep. The buyer, you know, they don't need us, but remember, communicating with us is standing in place, right? So the buyer signs it, and then they call the seller. Has communication crossed the line?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I'd be so mad. Oh my gosh. Right. But yes, they can. All I need is communication to cross the line somewhere one time. Good question. Thank you. Guys, the truth is I don't want buyers and sellers communicating at all if agents are involved. If they ever communicate, it's in passing in the attorney's office, the closing attorney's office, right? It's maybe in the lobby. And even then, we're there with our clients, making sure they don't say something stupid. I remember one time I had buyers under contract, and they wanted to go to the house like after work because they want to like measure and that kind of thing. And I'm one of those people, if I'm 5 minutes, if I'm on time, then I'm late, right? I'm one of those people, I like to be there early. So I got there early. And when I pulled up, my buyer was already there. The seller was still there, and they were standing in the driveway chit-chat. And my heart sunk. Man, I slammed on the brakes and jumped out of the car and said, hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, we're just talking, da-da-da. Seller left. You know, y'all lock up when you're done. Have a good day. I looked at my buyer, and by the way, my buyer's a friend of mine, so maybe I could get away with a little bit more than a stranger. He's like 6 something, and I'm like 5'3", right? I stuck my finger in his face. I said, "What did you say to her?" He was like, "Whoa." And I was like, "No, I need to know what you guys talked about." That makes me so nervous. Luckily, they didn't agree to anything. Guys, this is where agents have lots of room for improvement. We need to make sure that we're communicating with each other. And we need to make sure that we're communicating promptly. I would have a hard time sleeping tonight if I find out my buyer lost their house because I didn't communicate promptly. Their offer was accepted, but I never got around to communicate. Could you guys agree with me? Would you not have a hard time putting your head down tonight, going to sleep, knowing? So again, let's walk through our scenario, and we're going to simplify it just a little bit. Agents working with the buyer, who's the offeror. Different agent is working with the seller, who's the offeree. Buyer makes the offer to the seller. Seller accepts it, says, "Yep, I agree to all the terms exactly as they are. Let me sign it." Seller calls their agent and say, "We accept." Listing agent says, "That's wonderful." But then the listing agent gets busy and they have some errands to run and they got to swing by the grocery store. And I'll get to the other agent later this afternoon. Do you know what can happen between now and later this afternoon? Another offer can swoop in. Can the seller accept it? Yes. Why? Because communication hasn't crossed the line. So guys, please, I think if we were to be judged as a whole, I think communicating to each other is where we would fail. Don't be the reason why your buyers and sellers lose out on deals. How long does it take you to send a text? How long does it take you to pick up the phone and say, "We've accepted, I'll drop it by this afternoon, bye"? That's all it takes, right? Please, please, please make sure you're communicating promptly. If you're not available, maybe you do have something this afternoon that you can't get out of. You're in the throes of negotiations. If you're not available, have a friend in the office, have your broker in charge help you out. I think this is definitely, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. There's an old saying in this industry, and it's so very true. If you want to sell a house, just go on vacation. That's all you got to do. Because I promise you, about the time you're pulling your suitcase out of the closet, your phone is gonna blow up. And you're standing there going, "I just want to go to the beach," right? If you want a true vacation at the beach without work, you got to have somebody cover for you. Do you think sellers are going to wait for you to come back for a week? No, the show goes on without you. So if you don't want to work at the beach, good luck with that. But if you don't want to work at the beach, then have somebody cover for you. Is everybody good on this? And guess what? If you cover for me, when you want to go to the beach next month, I'm your girl. I'll help you out because you took good care of me when I was gone. Use your peers. Use your broker in charge. I think I told you guys, I'm on a team. I'm on a real estate team. And part of the reason I'm on a team's not for everybody. Some people are good for teams, some people aren't. One reason I like teams a whole lot is because it allows me to still teach. Could you guys imagine if I said, "Guys, I'm sorry, I got to return a phone call. Take a random 5-minute break. I'll be right back." What would you guys say? Would you have a phone call to Lane? Would you say, "Julie kept leaving to negotiate an offer. Julie kept disappearing"? Would you not be on the phone with Lane? So the reason I'm on a team is because I can have them help me out when I'm here with you guys, right? I was doing a post licensing. It was an all day, like 8 to 5 or 9 to 5 on Saturday. And I was driving to Winston-Salem and I had an offer come in on one of my listings. And on the one hand, I thought, yay. And then on the other hand, I thought, I don't have time today to deal with this. So I called my team leader. She took it over. By the time class was done at 5, we were under contract. That was easy. Thank you. So my point is make sure you're communicating, make sure you're doing a good job. Questions or comments on this? So let's talk about submitting offers to sellers. We operate under a couple different laws. By the way, I was closing my curtains. I wasn't taking a phone call. So we operate under a couple different laws. And the first law that we operate under is the law of agency. And the law of agency tells us that sellers, agents, listing agents have a duty to present all offers to the seller. Everybody, please note that word all. What if? What if? What if it's a lowball offer that is just going to make the seller mad? Do I have to present it to them? Yeah. We're going to talk about some alternative land conveyances in just a bit. What if I get an offer for a 2-year lease to own? Do I have to present it to the seller? Yeah, because we present which offers? All of them. The law of agency says we present all offers as soon as possible.
And at the time, something, I'm sorry, I'm really new at this. Like, to me, presenting an offer is like to physically go and see your seller and present the offers to them. But how is it in the, like, that's just my, like, because I'm new, like, I have no background on realtor. Like, to me, it's like, oh, I'm going to present it to him. Like, but how do you do, like, present the offers? Like,
you can either take it to them and sit down and discuss it with them over their coffee table. You can email it to them. You can, however you need to get it to them, you can email it and say, call me as soon as you get this, right? However you can get it to them, however you can deliver it to them. And then you want to discuss it with them. Don't say, here's your 15-page offer, look it over, read this 15-page offer and tell me which one you want to accept, right? Discuss it with them, have a conversation. We got to get it to them and we need to discuss it with them. And I think that's what we mean by present it. So again, how do you want to do it? Do you want to drive over there? Do you want to email it to them and call them? Every seller is going to be different. They're going to require, some sellers don't like text. Some sellers say, call me, don't text me. Well, they're the boss, right? They're the ones that make the rules.
So, like, if you have, like, I know it's a crazy market out there. So if you have 20 offers on one day, you're basically going over 20 offers with the seller, regardless, like via phone, via email, via text. Oh, thank you.
I could say here are the 20. I could say here are the 3 that I think are the best, right? But they have to pick those 3? Can they pick number 19, right? I can't make these decisions, right? I can offer my opinion, my suggestion, but I can't say pick that one, right? That's up to them. I can tell them 50. Yeah, this crazy market. Absolutely. Absolutely. I guess what I'm trying to say, Marie, is there's no wrong way to do it. Just get it to them. What if you work with older sellers that don't even have an email? You're going to have to drive over them and lay it all out on the coffee table, aren't you? Right? So every situation is going to be different. Every situation is going to be unique. And the law of agency, the real estate commission, doesn't care how we get it to them, just that we get it to them. Yep.
I was going to say, you also have to see the type of client that you have. I mean, if it's an older person, you might as well go and sit down with the older person. If you have a client that is young and you can do it via email and then you can call them, that's a different story.
That's right. They're the boss, right? So they kind of lead the way and make the rules. Yep. When we're presenting offers, we need to disclose any information about the buyer that we may have that may affect the seller's decision. So did they blurt something out to you in the open house? That, maybe what they're pre-approved for whatever, did they tell you something, anything that we know about the offer or that could affect the seller's decision, then we need to notify the seller at that time. So this is what the law of agency says about submitting offers to sellers. The North Carolina Real Estate Commission says something a little different, although they are pretty close. The Real Estate Commission says we have to present all offers. That didn't change. The Real Estate Commission requires us to deliver these offers immediately, but in no event later than how many days? Who remembers how many days from execution? Immediately, but in no event later than 3 days. So let's talk. Law of agency says we deliver them as soon as possible. Real Estate Commission says immediately, but no event later than 3 days. When should we deliver? Soon, right? Like, like now, right? The only thing I can think that it would take you 3 days to deliver an offer to a seller is if they're like out of the country. Maybe they're off the grid for a couple of days. If they're going to be off the grid, you just need to have a conversation. Is there somebody, a family member that they can leave decision-making authority to, decision-making power, right, that could accept? And if they say, no, I need to be the one, I'm going to be off the grid, I'm not reachable for a week, and I'm the only one that can make this decision, then maybe you need to take the home temporarily off the market, right? Or unless you have something in there that says sellers won't respond to offers until next Tuesday, right? So you need to let the buyer know, but that might be an option. You just need to sit down and have a discussion. If they say, I'm going on a cruise and I'm not getting a Wi-Fi packet, okay, then we need to talk about what happens if an offer comes in while you're down in the Bermuda Triangle, you know, have this discussion.
So let's just say in that scenario, Joy, they said, okay, I'm going to let my son be okay with signing or, you know, making a decision. Is that something we have to have legal proof of?
I would, because we're not asking for power of attorney, right? We're just getting their permission. So I'd want something in writing, you betcha. Okay. Check with your BIC. They may want a firm, may have a firm policy about how to handle that. But if your seller says, yeah, I can let my son make this decision. Okay, well, send me an email telling me as such, you know, and then just get with your BIC and say, hey, this is the situation. Because the firm policy, you know, I can't draft anything, can I?
Right.
So, and like I said, I'm not giving them legal full power of attorney. You know, I'm just, they're saying that they're okay with the son accepting it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. When we submit offers to sellers, at that time, if we know of any other offers coming in, we need to let the seller know. So let's say you have an offer in your hand and you got another showing this afternoon, and the showing feedback says, going home right now to write up an offer. When I present the offer in my hand to the seller, I need to let them know that there may be another offer coming. Does the seller have to wait for that other offer? If the offer in their hand is the dream offer, everything that they could ever want, do they have to wait for that other offer? No. Here's another important point that we need to make sure we understand. The seller is free to accept any offer they want at any time. Even if they've called for best and final by Thursday at 5, they don't have to wait until best and final by Thursday at 5. If the perfect offer comes in this evening, the seller is free to accept any offer they want at any time. So you can tell them another one's coming. They don't have to wait for it. If you have any questions or concerns about your commission, we've got to work this out before we present the offer, before the buyer's agent presents it to the listing agent, before the listing agent presents it to the seller. Remember, commission is why we have our agency agreements. Both our listing agreement and our buyer's agency agreement talk about commission. Think about your agency agreements as employment contracts. They're hiring you to do a job. Should you get paid to do the job? You betcha. So our agency agreements both talk about commission. We need to work that out before we present the offers. And I have no authority to accept or reject an offer on the seller's behalf. Even if the seller says going off the grid for a week, any offer that comes in for X amount, just go ahead and sign it for me. I'll be good with it. No, I cannot do that. That's a violation of my license law and commission rule. I cannot do that. Other questions about submitting offers to sellers? Then we have multiple offers, which again, this discussion's always been in post licensing. This isn't new, but you know what is new? This crazy world that we're in right now. I think when they wrote this book, if they had any idea, we'd have a lot more to say about multiple offers, right? And how to properly handle them. But who would have known that we'd ever be where we are? Remember, we have to present offers immediately. If you've called for best and final by Thursday at 5, the commission doesn't think you should wait and present all 20 Thursday at 5. The commission thinks you should present them as they come in. So you tell the seller, I'm just going to forward them to you. The offer comes in, I'm going to forward to you. We can talk about them Thursday at 5, but I'm going to get them to you so you can start looking over. With multiple offers, I can't favor one offer over the other. So when I present multiple offers, I'm going to present them in no particular order. I'm not going to look at the seller and say, this is the best one, second best one, third best one. I'm going to present them in no particular order. Again, I can't favor one offer over the other. What if there's an offer from another agent in your office? Better yet, what if there's an offer from you and one of your buyers? Which one do you want them to accept? Me, right? But you can't say, all right, let's look at this offer first, and then we'll look at the other 19, right? I cannot favor, even if it's me working both sides. I had a post-licensing class, I think last summer, and one of the gentlemen in the class had a listing, and it turned into a multiple offer. And one of those offers was from his buyer, that very scenario that I just described. So he's presenting these offers to his sellers, one of them being buyers that he's working with. And I said, how did you handle it? What did you do? And he said, I had my BIC discuss the offers with my seller. He actually removed himself from the situation, and his buyers didn't win. His buyer's offer wasn't the best, but he can't coach his buyer, right, to make a better offer than what's in his hand, because you can't discuss terms of one offer without the offeror's permission. Does that make sense? So even as the listing agent, he knows darn well what the best offer is, right? So even as a listing agent, though, he can't call his buyer and say, this is what you need to offer. He can't coach them to match. Again, this comes down to every buyer has a risk tolerance. So finding out how much due diligence are you willing to lose? How much earnest money are you willing to put up? Finding that risk tolerance. Sellers agents or listing agents, we have a duty to treat all buyers and agents the same. Remember, these buyers and agents, for the most part, are going to be our customers. And we owe our customers honesty, fairness, and the disclosure material facts. Honesty, fairness, and the disclosure material facts. So listing agent, even though you probably don't represent all these buyers, all 50 plus of these buyers, you still have a duty to treat them the same, honestly and fairly. This cute little house you're looking at was a listing I had early 2017. This is when we were first kind of being blown away by multiple offers. We've been in this multiple offer world for that long. So I got this listing in 2017. It was cute. I knew it would go. We were not prepared for what was about to happen. Within, I think, 3 days, we had 17 showings. Those 17 showings resulted in 6 offers. This was 2017. I'm still trying to figure out what the heck a multiple offer is, right? We were just coming into this world that we're in right now. And honestly, all 7 offers, all 6 offers, 6 or 7 offers were great. Every single one of them would have flown. There was nothing to counter. They were all good, strong offers. You know how my sellers decided? It pretty much came down to, we'll take that one. Pretty much how it came down to, because there was nothing to counter, nothing to argue with. 2017. How long ago was that? 5 years ago?
Question on that. I mean, on your experience, how long do you think this is going to last? Like,
God, I don't know.
Well, no. Okay.
I don't think this year is going to see much improvement. Interest rates are starting to go up, and they're saying interest rates might be back up to 5% by the end of the year, which, to be clear, 5% is not bad, but it ain't no 2% either, right? So I think as those interest rates start climbing up a little bit, I don't think we're going to see much change this year. I always think of real estate as a pendulum, and a pendulum swings back and forth. I think the pendulum is slowly moving. I think it's slowly happening, but it may be a good couple years before we're out of this. And now guess what? Now we're in a buyer's market where things are totally different. Now all those buyers today are laughing, right? So it's a seller's market, buyer's market, and there's advantages to both parties in either situation. It's important that you and I understand that the existence of multiple offers is not a material fact. Now in this market, just go ahead and assume there's multiple offers on the table. But again, when that pendulum swings back, whether or not we have multiple offers is not a material fact. It's up to the seller if we disclose that. The seller decides. So let's say the seller says, no, I don't want to disclose it, that we have multiple offers. The other agent calls you and says, do you have multiple offers? Can I lie to them? Am I allowed to lie to this other agent? Remember, I just said I owe them honesty and fairness, right? So my answer might be something like, my seller doesn't want to disclose that. Isn't that the truth? So you need to be really careful. I get questioned a lot. Can I ask this? Can I ask that? Shoot, you can ask whatever you want. You need to be careful on how you're responding. I can ask whatever I want. You need to be careful on how you're responding. You guys with me? You're always going to have agents calling and saying, you have multiple offers. What's the highest? They're going to try. They're going to try. I know, isn't that something? They're going to try. But you need to be careful how you respond. Just because they ask doesn't mean you owe them an answer. We always follow license law and commission rule. What are some reasons why sellers may not want you to disclose that we have multiple offers? Why would a seller not want you to tell buyers that we have multiple offers? Ooh.
But they withdraw their offer?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think buyers respond to multiple offers in 2 ways. It either forces them to up their game or they turn around and run away. So the seller may not want you to disclose that because they may not want to lose those buyers, those potential buyers. Again, I can't make that decision, right? All I do is have the discussion with the sellers and let them make that decision. And once again, in multiple offers, it's so important that we understand this. I cannot share the terms of an offer without the permission of the offeror. Who's the offeror? The giver of the offer. And do you think any offeror in their right mind is going to say, yeah, let them know what I'm offering. That's fine. No, not going to happen. Questions on multiple offers? So I have a form. Here it is. I want to look at. And then after this, we only have one more form. And if we don't get to it tonight, we'll look at it real quick tomorrow. So the form I want to look at. I feel like I'm looking right at it. Ooh, I know where it is. Here we go. The form I want to look at is called the seller's response to buyer's offer. Let's think about this form as a letter from the seller to the buyer. So an offer has been made. The seller is using this form to respond. So they're going to say to the buyer regarding the offer on 123 Main Street of today, March 22nd. And there's 3 responses that the seller can choose from. And please note that we're instructed to only check one. First off, let me be very clear. The response to buyer's offer is a rejection. There's no counter in here. This is not an acceptance. This is a rejection. So their first choice, the first box says, thank you for your offer. We cannot accept it and hereby reject it. However, while this is not a counteroffer, we would consider the following changes. And then there's a place for the seller, excuse me, to basically put their cards on the table. I think this is a good form to use, a good selection to choose to respond to a lowball offer. Maybe your seller doesn't want to counter a lowball offer. So instead of countering it, they use this. This is not a counter offer. They put their cards on the table. If the above changes are acceptable to you, please submit another offer with the noted changes. Please understand that until an offer has been accepted, we are free to accept and may at any time accept any offer to purchase, contain terms and conditions satisfactory to us in our sole discretion. So the seller uses this form, responds to the offer, and says we're going to be rejected and asks you to submit another offer if you're good with those changes. Do they have to wait on you? Do they have to wait on the buyer to submit another offer? No. Why? Because the seller is free to accept any offer at any time that they want. So that's our first choice. The second option, this was added just a couple years ago in response to this crazy multiple offer world that we're living in. This is the new part of this form. Thank you for your offer. Please be advised that we intend to consider all offers by this date and time. Should you choose to submit another offer, we encourage you to submit your best offer as soon as possible and in no event later than the date and time set forth in the preceding sentence. Once again, understand that I am free to accept any offer that I wish as long as it meets the terms and conditions satisfactory to me. So an offer has been made. The seller's saying, we've put out a call. We've ended it, best and final by Thursday at 5. If you want to submit another offer, a better offer, this is your opportunity. If you don't submit another offer or withdraw your current offer, we will consider your current offer along with any other offers. The third option, the third choice, thank you for your offer. We cannot accept the offer written and hereby reject it, period. The only thing missing from this is have a nice day, right? This is the politest no I've ever seen in my entire life. Thank you, but we cannot accept it. So again, there's 3 choices. The seller's not accepting anything. They're not countering anything. They're just checking one box. And then the seller signs it because, again, think of it as a letter from the seller to the buyer. This is another one of these forms that have always been around. If you get to work with a seasoned agent, they grew up with this form. They used this form 30, 40 years ago. And it just kind of lost interest over the years. But then this multiple offer world that we're living in, it kind of had new life breathed into it. It's a good way if you have to respond, if you want to say the same thing to several buyers in a multiple offer situation, it's a good way. Yes, you can send an email. Yes, you can send a text, but you also have a form available to you that you can use as well. Questions on the response to buyer's offer? Okay. I don't want to start something new and then pause and take a break. So let's go ahead and take a break. We're close enough, we'll say. 8:18, let's come back at 8:28. When we come back, we'll keep going in chapter 11. 10 minutes. All right. Doing good, hanging in there. Cool. Any questions on multiple offers? Let's talk about contract modifications and counter offers. I think we've done pretty good about this. When you change an offer, if you counter an offer, you change an offer, you need to make that change. Now, we've talked about some forms that you can use. Maybe you want to make that change on the contract itself. If you want to do that, you need to everybody initial and date the change. All parties initial and date that change. So maybe you're countering, you know, on your phone or your text. Maybe you're countering, you know, via email. But if you're doing it old school, paper and a pen, you cross through, for example, the price, put in the new price, and then everybody initials and dates that change. Questions on this, modifications and counter offers? So let's talk about some practical pointers. Again, a lot of this should be a review. Practical pointers. Any change, as we just said, to an offer should be initialed and dated. So you need to have everybody acknowledging the change, acknowledging that something different. All counter offers need to be communicated. This takes us back to our previous conversation that agents need to do a better job in general communicating. When you're negotiating, when you're having in the throes of negotiations and you're countering back and forth, you need to be available to communicate on behalf of your client. You need to be able to communicate with the other agent. And if you can't, then you got to ask for help. You have to ask somebody in your firm help you out. If you're doing it old school paper and pen, eventually you're going to make enough changes that it gets hard to read. Anybody remember a fax machine? How many trips did a piece of paper take over the fax machine before you couldn't even read it at all? Right? So I know we're not fax machining anymore. I'll be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the fax doesn't come back. It's already coming back in the medical profession. Remember we talked about wire fraud last week? In some cases, the fax is a lot more secure than the email. So I wouldn't be surprised if the fax doesn't come back. Sade, you use the fax. I saw your hand. You guys still, is it come back in medical? Are you still using it a lot? Or
yeah, there are some people who use like the e-fax. I personally don't. Like I just fax it, but it's used a lot in the hospital and at like the nursing facilities. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Thank you. So maybe in real estate, we might decide, I mean, I'm not saying we're never going to email in real estate again, right? But it might be when sending documents, that might be a more secure way than email. Like we said the other day, my Gmail email is about secure as my closet door. Can you break into your closet? Pretty easily, right? My Gmail is about that secure. So the fax might give you a little bit more security. But anyway, if you're countering back and forth on paper and pen, and you get to where all those changes make an unreadable copy, then you should, once you come to terms, you should do a new offer to purchase and contract with the agreed upon terms. The caution here is to make sure you keep that original, because even though that original isn't legible, it still shows that meeting of the minds. It still shows that the two parties came together and agreed. Once you come to terms, you may enter into round 2 of negotiations for some reason. I always think of the repair request as round 2, right? The buyer signed a contract saying this property is being sold in its current condition. And now here they are after inspections asking the seller to repair something. That's a round 2. We're entering into a whole new realm of negotiations at that point. So if we ramp up negotiations, we got to modify those changes in writing. And guys, just don't throw anything away. Keep everything. Keep all those changes, those modified documents, everything in between. Anybody, I guess Sade, Christina, you guys are practicing. Either you use .loop. I know you guys don't, Sade. Do you, Christina? Do you use .loop?
I use something similar. It's called AppFile. Yeah.
Okay. One thing I know about .loop, because we use .loop, and one thing, and I'm sure all of them are set up this way, you can't delete in .loop. You cannot delete. And it was designed that way. So if you put something in there, oops, accidentally, then you can archive it, right? Like you can get rid of it, but you can't delete it. And you need to put duplicate or uploaded by accident, right? It's designed that you can't delete. Why? Because they want you to keep everything. They don't want you going through deleting a bunch of files. So it's designed that way. And sometimes e-documents help us out. The seller may, instead of counter, they may ask the buyer to consider terms. Like they may say, instead of this purchase price, or not, let's not use that. Instead of this closing date, would they consider another one? We're not countering, we're just asking a question, asking if it's a possibility, asking if it could be up for discussion. If the seller's asking the buyers to consider terms, you and I need to make sure that we understand that it's not a counter offer. It's just the seller or the buyer, if that's the case may be, is just saying, hey, would you consider, this is not a counter offer, but would you consider this? And when in doubt, I think we're pretty good about this. When in doubt, who do we call? Call your attorney. Call your attorney. You guys have got to remember that we're not attorneys unless you are. And I don't think you guys are. I think I've asked this before. So I think it's safe to say that those of us on this call are not an attorney, which means I can't give legal advice. I can't offer that legal opinion. So when in doubt, you may have to get an attorney involved. Questions on those practical pointers? Furnishing copies of the contract. So we go from an offer to a contract, we're into contract, yay. Who needs copies of the contract? Well, you and I need a copy, right? Listing agent and buyer's agent need a copy. Buyers and sellers need a copy, right? We have a license or commission rule says I have how many days to deliver an instrument. How many days to deliver an instrument? That's right. We deliver instruments within 3 days of execution. Guys, please understand every phase of the process. What's an instrument? It's any document related to this transaction. So you're typically going to start with agency agreements. You're going to have contract paperwork, and then you're going to have closing paperwork. You cannot wait until the end of the transaction to send everything. The rule says we deliver all instruments within 3 days of execution.
I have a quick question on that.
Sure.
Are they specific as like 3 business days, or is it just 3 calendar days?
In contract world, a day is a day is a day.
Okay.
Yep. And we always start counting the next day. So Tuesday, right? You go into contract today, you have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to send an email with a PDF attachment and say, here you go. Okay. And remember, my job is to deliver it. Do I have any control with it, what they do with it once they get it? Can I make them keep it? Can I make them file it? No. My job is just to deliver it. You're going to keep that email showing when you emailed it? You're going to keep that as your documentation? Everybody shake your head yes, because you're showing when you delivered it. You have a date, time stamp. So keep that email. Go into your sent file and you can label it that 123 Main Street, whatever the transaction file is. All right, so the buyer and seller need a copy. Both agents need a copy. The buyer's lender needs a copy as soon as possible. We got to get the lender starting on their thing as soon as possible. And the closing attorney needs a copy. As soon as you send it to the lender, get it to the closing attorney so they can start on their thing. They can start on their process. How many originals do we need? Well, it used to be when we were in paper, it was a totally different world. Now that we're in the e-world, nobody really gets an original anymore, do we? We just send e-files, e-transactions. As long as everybody has a copy, everybody has an original or a copy of the original, we're okay. Back in the day when we were in paper, you could have the seller signing one original and the buyer signing the another. And that was okay as long as they were signing the same thing. But again, I just don't think we're dealing with that much anymore since everything is electronic. Questions? So I got some questions for you guys. So why don't you set your private chat, set your chat just to me. Send me a private chat. I'm going to put a question up. You can tell me private chat, A, B, C, or D. You guys ready? The amount of due diligence is determined by the amount of due diligence is determined by what? Whatever the buyer is willing to offer and the seller is willing to accept. There is no formula. There is no office policy. There's no rules or laws out there that dictate. It is a completely negotiable fee. Completely. Let's try another one. A North Carolina provisional broker obtained an offer for a property listed with his firm along with a check for the earnest money. The provisional broker should that one was easy, wasn't it? Run to the BIC. You immediately get over your BIC. Remember, PBs cannot walk around with somebody else's money. Full-blown brokers should not. PBs cannot. Under the standard offer to purchase in contract 2T, which of the following best describes the earnest money deposit? Okay, so the earnest money deposit along with the due diligence fee are the seller's liquidated damages. Liquidated damages are money damages that we agree on when we enter into the contract. We agree on the earnest money. We agree on the due diligence. We shouldn't have to take each other to court. Legal consideration is going to be the purchase price. Remember, the essential element of any contract has some thing of value. So what is the thing of value? The buyer is promising to pay the seller X amount in exchange for their property. Questions on this one?
I actually got that mixed up because I was thinking consideration, you know, we were talking about is money to let them know that you're serious. And that word consideration meant that to me, you know.
Gotcha. So that, yeah, and I can see it gets all jumbled together, doesn't it? But that our earnest money deposit is that showing good faith, right? That's
what I was trying to think of. Yeah, gotcha.
Shows the buyer's good faith is the earnest money. Other questions on this one? If a broker receives multiple offers on a listing, the broker must Okay. If a broker receives multiple offers, the broker must, we present them all at once. Anything you have in your hand, You present all at once. I can't favor one offer over the other. So no particular order. Kind of to your question earlier, Maria, one thing that I'm seeing agents do with this multiple offer world that we live in that I like a whole lot, actually. I'm presenting the offers, right? I still have to give them the offer. It's not my offer. So I have to make sure that they get the offer. But to help sellers sort through 40 multiple offers or whatever, agents are creating like Excel spreadsheets. So they can say, here are the terms of offer number 1. Here's the sales price, due diligence, earnest money, offer number 2, offer number 3. So we literally have a side-by-side comparison of the blanks that we fill in, right? What's the purchase price, due diligence, earnest money? Are they asking for seller pay, closing costs, home warranty, that kind of thing? So that, I mean, you guys think about it. The first time you saw the 15-page offer to purchase and contract, did you get a little intimidated? Did you get a little overwhelmed? And it's okay to say yes, because so guess what? The thing still intimidates me, right? It's 15 pages. So if you were a seller getting 40 offers, that means I am sending you 600 pages. I am emailing you more than a ream of paper. Are you getting a little intimidated? You betcha. So as agents in this crazy multiple offer situation world, we can help. And maybe that spreadsheet is something that, you know, gives me something to discuss, the pointers to pull out and discuss. Questions or comments? The last little section in Unit 11 is alternative conveyance methods. Maybe we're going to go a little untraditional and not do a typical sale purchase. So we got some alternatives to consider. The first one that we're going to talk about is called an installment land contract. And with an installment land contract, the buyer is paying the seller the purchase price, but they're not doing it in one lump sum. They're doing it in installments. So I'm going to pay you X amount every month for the next however many months until I get this paid off. The seller's going to eventually get their money. Everybody with me? The seller's going to eventually get their money, but they're not going to get it all at once. The thing about the installment land contract, the seller keeps the legal title. The seller keeps the deed until it's paid in full. Buyer gets equitable title, which means they get possession. They get the right to be there. They get the right to live there. But the seller keeps the legal title. The difference in an installment land contract and seller financing is when the deed changes hands. In seller financing, the deed changes hands at closing. And the installment land contract, it changes hands when that last payment's made, when it's paid in full. The parties to the installment land contract are the buyer and seller, also known as the vendor and the vendee. The seller is giving the installment land contract to the buyer. Buyer is receiving it. The installment land contract throws in a third piece. We're used to this, right? The buyer buys and the seller sells. But with the installment land contract, it throws in a third piece. And now the seller, in addition to selling, is also acting as the financing device. They're acting like the bank. The buyer's paying them directly. Because of this third piece, because the seller is acting as the financing device, we cannot use our standard offer to purchase and contract. I don't have verbiage for the seller to be the financing device. So if your buyers and sellers want to do an installment land contract, we have to have an attorney draft something up. We have to have an attorney draft up their agreement. Another good reason why we want an attorney to draft it up, there's certain rules that the buyer and seller have to follow. So an attorney is aware of these rules. The installment land contract has to be recorded. This prevents the shady seller from selling it out from underneath the buyer while they're living there and making their payments. So we record the installment land contract. So anybody else with an interest in the property knows seller has to record it within 5 days of execution. Again, the attorney can help us with that and will help us with that. In the event of the buyer's default, if they stop making payments, the seller has to give them 30 days to cure that default. They got to come up with the note due. And if they don't, then the seller can ask them to leave. And if they don't go voluntarily, remember the owner's, the seller's legal remedy is summary ejectment. So if they can't come up with the money and they won't leave, now they're a squatter. And the only way to get them out is to go to a judge and ask a judge to get them out, summary ejectment. But the seller has to give the buyer 30 days to cure that default. There's pluses and minuses to everything. With the installment land contract, that's no different. So let's talk about advantages and disadvantages. Let's first talk about the buyer. An advantage for the buyer, this may be an alternative means of financing. Maybe for whatever reason they can't get a loan, but the seller knows and trusts that they can make that payment every month for the next however many months. What if they've had a recent spout with some medical issues, for example? They may not be able to get a loan, a traditional loan through a lender. For the buyer, this could mean lower down payments. It could be smaller monthly payments. We don't have a lender involved. The seller can charge interest. Absolutely, the seller can charge interest. However, whatever terms they come up to, whatever agreement they come up to, how much the buyer is going to pay the seller each month. Buyer may see closing costs, and they may have tax advantages because they are living there. They are paying real property taxes. They are, paying all the bills, the property fees. The biggest disadvantage to the buyer is what happens if they default. If they default, the seller gives them 30 days to come up with a whole note due. If they can't do it, they're out. And all the money that they previously paid, it's gone. They're not going to get it back. The seller doesn't have to reimburse them. So if they stop paying halfway through, they're out. They're done. Another big disadvantage, the buyer is going to want to have an attorney do a title search right before they make that last payment, right before that deed changes hands, just to make sure that the title is clear. So those two kind of go hand in hand, right? We got to get an attorney to draft the thing up to begin with. And now we're going to want an attorney to do a title search before that deed changes hands when the last payment is made. So the buyer could be looking at some additional court fees, or legal fees, I should say. Some advantages and disadvantages to the seller. Let's look first at advantages. They still own the property, so they too may have tax advantage. They're receiving income, right? They're getting money once a month, so they may have some tax advantages. In this case, have your buyers and sellers CYA. This time, we're not going to have them call their attorney. This time, we're going to have them call their accountant. Make sure that they're getting any tax advantages available to them. The seller has the legal title. That's the biggest advantage to the seller. If the buyer stops paying, the seller still owns the property. That's the biggest advantage to the seller right here. So they have that legal title. They still have the deed in their name. Again, if the buyer defaults, they give them that cure. They give them that 30 days to cure. And if they don't do it, then they're out. Now the seller still owns the property. So they can, they can rent it or sell it to somebody else, right? They still own the property once they get that buyer out. And for a seller, this might be an easy way to sell a hard to sell property. Maybe it's got a lot of work and repairs that need to be done, and this buyer's a handyman, so we can work together, come up with some kind of arrangement. Big disadvantage to the buyer, probably the biggest one. They're going to get their money, but it's not going to be in one lump sum. So if the seller needs all that money right now, they may not be able to do an installment land contract. They're going to get their money, but it's going to be spread out over a period of time. So their money is going to come in smaller payments. And of course, if the buyer defaults, now the seller's looking at legal fees. If the buyer defaults and won't leave, the seller has to go to court, summary ejectment, and have the judge remove them. If you have a property listed for sale and you're presented with an offer to do an installment land contract, do you have to present that to your seller? Do you have to present that to your seller? I'm going to say yes. Why? Which offers do we present to our sellers? All of them. Even if it's an installment land contract, an offer is an offer is an offer. Questions on an installment land contract? Another alternative conveyance method that we may come across is something called an option, officially called an option to purchase. With an option, the optionor is the owner, the optionee is the potential buyer. Remember 2 weeks ago when we first met, we talked about bilateral and unilateral contracts. Bilateral means how many sides? 2 sides. Unilateral means 1 side. We said everything we do is bilateral, but I got one example of a unilateral contract that we'll get to. We're here. The option to purchase is our unilateral contract, meaning only 1 side has to perform. So in an option to purchase, the buyer has not agreed to buy. The buyer has simply requested the option to decide if they want to buy or not. The only promise made in an option to purchase, the seller promises not to sell to anybody else during this time. That's the unilateral promise. The seller says, I'll give you an option of 2 weeks, 2 months, however long, 2 years, however long we negotiate. And I tell you during that time, I can't sell it to anybody else. So the buyer's not agreed to buy. They've simply requested an option period to explore their option, to decide if they want to buy. At the end of the option period, they either buy or they don't. They either agree to buy or they don't. One thing that makes an option unique, it doesn't have 1 form of consideration, it has 2. And both the option fee and the purchase price are required to form an option. If you were a seller and I came up to you and said, you're selling your house for sale, and I say, I want 2 months to decide if I want to buy your house. What in the world would make you agree to give me that 2 months?
Money up front.
Money talks, doesn't it? And usually that option fee is pretty healthy. I'll give you $10,000 if you promise not to sell your house for 2 months. Where do I sign? Right? The option fee is non-refundable. If at the end of the option period, the buyer decides to buy, that $10,000 will be credited back to them. Kind of sounds like due diligence a little bit, doesn't it? The difference is in due diligence, the buyer's agreed to buy. With an option, the buyer hasn't agreed one way or the other. I've just asked for time. Residential, I want to say we're going to see this a lot more in commercial. Let's say I work for Corporate USA, and Corporate USA sends me to Asheville to find a new office space for us. and I go to Asheville and I find 3 office spaces that could work. I could present an option to all 3 of these, right? And at the end of the option period, I would buy 1 and not buy 2. That's just an example, of course. It's important that we understand that the optionee or the potential buyer has no legal interest in the property. They're not living there. They're not possessing the property. They're not profiting from the property. They don't own it. They have nothing. They have the right to explore their option. They can conduct inspections and investigations, but they have zero legal interest in the property. And when we're first creating the option, we agree to the terms at the beginning. The buyer says, if I buy, I'm going to pay you X amount under these terms. If I buy, we're going to close on these days. So we agree to all the terms up front. We know if the buyer buys, these are the terms that they're going to buy. Again, the only right that the optionor gives up is the right to sell. The only thing that the optionor cannot do is sell. They could still live there. They could still use the property, profit from the property. They still own the property. The only thing they can't do is sell the property. Rest assured, we're going to see in just a second, we absolutely have attorneys involved to make sure the shady seller doesn't sell it out from underneath the buyer during their option period. The optionor can't withdraw their offer. So we have a 2-month option. I decide a month and a half into it, I don't want to do this anymore. The optionor, the seller's already locked in. They've already committed. They've already been paid a non-refundable option fee. As you can imagine, our standard offer to purchase and contract is not going to work for an option. So we have to have an attorney draft something up. We have to have an attorney draft up that agreement. I do not have a pre-printed form for this one either. And the attorney knows about the statute of frauds in the Connor Act. Statute of fraud says it has to be signed and in writing to be enforceable. Connor Act says it has to be recorded. So again, the Connor Act is going to require the option to be recorded, so the shady seller doesn't sell it from out from underneath the buyer while they're exploring their option. Does that make sense? They record it to protect the optionor or the optionee's best interest. So that's why you want to make sure you call an attorney, get them involved. If you have a property listed for sale and a buyer presents an offer to you to do an option, do you have to present that to your seller? You have to present that to your seller. And the answer is yes. Why? Because we present all offers to our sellers. And an offer to do an option is an offer. We're kind of getting the idea of this. Any offer of any kind. Questions on that? Option to purchase. The other alternative land conveyance that we have is something called a preemptive right. A preemptive right gives a person the first right to purchase. If you have a preemptive right, you are legally bound to give somebody else the first right to purchase. Maybe you don't want to sell right now. Maybe you don't want to buy right now. But we're legally obligated that if you do decide to sell or you do decide to buy, we have to come to each other first. That's all a preemptive right is. It gives the person the first right to purchase. We have 2 types of preemptive rights. The first is called a right of first refusal. The right of first refusal gives the owner, the contracting party, the opportunity to match a bona fide offer should the owner decide to sell in the future. Maybe you maybe you live next door to a vacant corner lot and you don't necessarily want to buy that lot, but you don't want Dollar General to buy it either. So you could enter into a right of first refusal with the owner of that lot. And if the owner of that lot gets an offer, a bona fide offer, they cannot accept it until they come to you. They are contractually obligated, and they got to give you the right to match that offer or beat that offer. What about in a lease? What if you have a tenant or landlord? Maybe the landlord doesn't want to sell just yet, but the tenant would be interested in buying. The two could agree to a right of first refusal. And if the landlord does get an offer, they have to give the tenant the opportunity to match that offer. Again, I can't present the terms of the offer without the offeror's permission, right? This might be drawn up in such a way we have attorneys involved to make sure that we're handling this properly. License law and commission rules still rules. The other preemptive right is the right of first opportunity to purchase. And this one, the owner gives the contracting party the first opportunity to purchase at a price to be determined. This is the example of maybe I don't want to sell just yet, but when I do decide to sell, I'm contractually obligated to come to you first. We haven't decided on price yet. We've just decided, hey, when you're ready to sell, come see me. Questions on preemptive rights? There's others out there. For example, a lease to own. You may have a property that's a lease to own, or might be for sale. And the buyer might present a lease to own. That would be an alternative. Got to get an attorney involved in that. I actually had one of those. I had a house. I'm going to call it a hard to sell listing. I talked about it earlier. That house was 100 years old. It had charm, it had character, it had a lot of the original features, but that home also had a heck of a history. It had lots of tenants, foreclosures. It had a lot happen in its 100 years. It needed a lot of work. I mean, like my sellers were living there and they had great plans to fix it up. That's why they bought it, because they want a fixer upper, but his job moved him halfway across the country and they had to let it go. So we were on the market, I don't know, 6-7 months, something like that. We were on the market for a while, and buyers showed up and said, we want to do a 2-year lease to own. I presented it to my seller and they went for it. Let's be honest. Y'all think I wanted to do a 2-year lease to own? Because when do I get paid? I get paid when it closes. Do y'all think I really, really wanted to do that? Is it up to me? I was shocked. I presented it. I'm like, oh, this is going to be a quick phone call. And they were like, we'll think about it. Like, oh my gosh, what? They went for it. And 2 years later, I got paid. Nobody has ever worked harder for a commission check than Steve and I. But really, in those 2 years, I mean, we didn't have anything to do with each other, right? The buyer paid rent directly to the seller, or, the lease, they paid that directly. And then 1 year and 13 and a half months into it, we coordinated closing and poof, it happened. So it's not like I did anything in those 2 years, but I just kind of had it looming out there, like hanging out there in the atmosphere.
And I'm sorry, just so I'm clear on how that works. Let's just say, that they didn't want to buy it. It's just lease. Do you still get paid in that instance too, right?
Well, now we need to be careful, because my listing agreement, the seller's hiring me to do what?
to find
to sell their property. So now we're getting a little tricky, right? If you're just going to rent it, then maybe we need to work out some other kind of arrangement for my commission. So something like that happens, then we just need to, you know, get your BIC. And when I got this, I went to my BIC first. Like, oh my God, we got this offer for 2-year lease to own. And she said, Jules, you got to present it. Like, you know, and she's right. I knew she was, you know, and I did. But yeah, I mean, if it was going to be not a lease to own, just a lease for a year or 5 years, whatever, I get paid when it closes, not when it rents. So that's a different agency agreement, isn't it? That's a different kind of relationship. So
or maybe a project management type of agreement.
Property management, maybe. And if your firm doesn't practice property management, you know, you're kind of getting out of your realm a little bit now, right? I mean, the firm policy may or may not allow you to do that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I wish I could stand here. I don't want to scare you guys. Christina could probably tell you. I don't know if Sade's been around long enough to know or not, but I wish I could stand here and tell you that you get paid for every single transaction closes. Unfortunately, they all don't. They don't all close. And sometimes you don't get paid. And all you can do is just hope for better luck the next one, you know. But I have a theory. And so far, my theory's panned out. When you have a weird or an odd transaction, the next one's going to be a little bit normal. So if you have a bad one, you're due for a good one, right? So it kind of works out. I mean, for every 2-year lease to own, I had the cash buyer that closed in 3 weeks, and all I had to do was let him in the front door twice, you know? So for every, you know, I think it kind of balances out at the end of the day. But no, you're not going to get paid for every single contract, every single listing agreement, every single buyer. That's just the harsh reality of this industry.
In here, Julie, the listing agreement for sale has a clause included that if you rent out the property, you get paid.
Do you?
Yeah.
Nice. Not here.
But it's Florida again, yeah. Of course, it's different.
Yep. We can put something in your listing agreement that says if like you could have an agreement with the seller if your firm policy allows it, and you can say if the seller doesn't sell, then they have to pay a marketing fee, you know, so you could kind of, you have to agree on that price, you know, so that you might be able to work something along those lines. But again, that's all about your firm policy, not what you want, right? Your firm policy dictates how you handle that. Other questions? Alternative land conveyances. Big picture, what do you hear? Call your attorney. I don't have pre-printed forms for any of these. So if these situations ever come up, just call your attorney or your buyer's attorney, seller's attorney, not your attorney, your client's attorney. Okay. All right. I know we're just getting a little earlier, but again, I don't want to start a section for 3 minutes and then take a break. So let's go ahead and take our last break. When we come back, I really only have one more section to cover tonight. So we'll do the other section and then the form that I need to talk about. And then tomorrow I'll just be review and test. So we are in very good shape. So let's take 10. We come back, we'll finish it up. All right. The last little section we have to talk about is not in your book. It's still important. You're going to see this pretty much every post licensing class you take. Whenever you take CE, we're going to address it. We're going to talk about it. So the last thing that we need to discuss is your license status and education issues. So we need to talk about post licensing. We need to talk about CE, and we need to make sure that you understand the status of your license. So first off, let's talk about an active license. Actually, first off, let's make sure we define some words. A current license can be an active license. If your license is current, a current license means that you have paid the renewal fee. When you see the word current, I want you to see the word currency. How do you keep your license current? You show them the money. You send in your renewal fee every year. The real estate commission's physical year, they do not go by a traditional calendar year. The real estate commission's physical year is June 30th to July 1st to June 30th. Our renewal period every year, every single year, is May 15th to June 30th. This is the period of time that we have to renew our license. We renew our license by sending in the renewal fee. Everybody good so far? If you haven't been licensed for a May 15th yet, your first renewal period is coming up and you got to send in that fee. For the last, I can't remember how many years, that renewal fee has been $45. Now it's subject to change. I don't make that decision, but I'm just letting you know, it's been $45 for a long, long time. So you pay the fee to keep a current license. We'll talk about what happens if you don't pay the fee. That's one piece of having an active license. You got to pay the fee. The second piece to having an active license, if you're a full broker, is to do your CE every year. Now we're going to talk about CE for PBs in just a second. You do your CE each year, which we'll talk about. You pay the fee. You have a current active license. As a provisional broker, you add another layer to this. As a provisional broker, if you are active, you're affiliated with a firm. So I think we learned on day one, Sade's the only one affiliated with a firm. So she has an active license. Why? Because her broker in charge has taken her under their wing. The rest of you have a current license, but it's not active because you're not affiliated with a firm. So an active license, it's two pieces. It's the renewal fee and it's your education. And as a provisional broker, take it a step further and affiliate with a firm. A current license can also be inactive. Why is it current? Because you paid the fee. If this is your first year, if you've not had a renewal period yet, your fee was included in your application. So when you submitted your application, that was part of it. You paid your fee. If you get you pass your state exam on May 14th, when's your first renewal period? Tomorrow, right? Anytime you hit May 15th, we owe the fee. There are a lot of people out there that say, I'm not going to take my I'm not going to take my real estate exam in May. I'm going to wait till July so I don't have to pay that extra $45. If you want to wait another 45 days to start your brand new career that you're so super excited about, that's entirely up to you. It's 45, but right. Everybody has choices. Everybody has decisions. So inactive is current. It's current because you paid the fee, but you're inactive. Maybe you didn't do your CE in time. Maybe you're a provisional broker without a BIC, or maybe you just choose to stay inactive. You could ride for the rest of your life on an inactive license. All you have to do is send that fee in every $45 every year, $45 every year. You know what I'm saying? So important that we hear this. Please understand, a current license has everything to do with the renewal fee. It has nothing to do with education. How do you keep it current? Show them the money. Send in that fee. Questions on this? If your license is inactive, how do you reinstate it? Well, it depends on how delinquent you are on your education. If you do not have a CE deficiency, you've been sending in the fee every month and you've been taking CE, you're inactive by choice. All you have to do is submit an activation form. Go to the commission's website. They got a whole tab called forms. And one of those is the activation form. You've been paying the fee, so you're inactive, but you're still doing your CE every year. It's as easy as submitting a form. If you're inactive for less than 2 years and you need to get caught up on your CE, you haven't been taking CE. They're going to make you do the current year CE, and they're going to make you do a couple extra electives to get caught up. If you're inactive for more than 2 years with a CE deficiency, you take this year's CE and you come back and take 2 out of the 3 post-licensing. So much changes so rapidly in this industry. I often joke, it's not really a joke, but I try to make it into a joke, that the only thing consistent in this industry is change. And one thing we're constantly changing are the laws, the rules, the forms. And the thinking here is if you've been more than 2 years without CE, you're behind. So they're going to make you do CE. They're going to make you do, you can pick which 2. You don't have to come back to 302. You can do 301 and 303 if you want, right? You can pick which 2, but you got to do 2 within 6 months of wanting to be active again. So this is how you can reinstate an inactive license. Again, you keep paying the fee. Questions on that? So what if you don't pay the fee? If you don't pay the fee, you're not current, right? And if you're not current, then that means at the stroke of midnight on July 1st, you're expired. So if you don't pay the fee during the renewal period, and again, that renewal period is May 15th to June 30th every year. We have this window of 45 days to pay the renewal fee. If you don't pay the renewal fee by 11:59 p.m. on June 30th, your license goes expired. How do you reinstate an expired license? If it's been expired for less than 6 months, you pay a $45 renewal fee and a $45 reinstatement fee. You submit the activation form and you're all set. So you wake up on July 1st and you go, holy crow, I forgot to pay my fee. It's okay. Go to the commission's website, pay 2 times the amount, do the application form, and you're back at it again. You're active again. If you're expired 6 months to 2 years, you pay the fees, renewal fee and reinstatement fee. You take 1 post-licensing class within 6 months, or You go back to PSI Testing Center and pass your state exam again. I'll see you guys in post, I have a feeling. So if you're expired for 6 months to 2 years, you have choices. Look at what happens if you're expired more than 2 years. Not a one of you has had the privilege of being in my pre-licensing class. But if you go expired for 2 years, you get to know what it's like to be in my pre-licensing or whatever pre-licensing class you want. You guys with me? If you're expired for more than 2 years, you start all over. Guys, this happens more than what you realize. Agents come to a fork in the road of life and they have a decision. Maybe they're ready to start a family. Maybe they have to care for an elderly parent. They come to a decision. Maybe they have another job opportunity come up and they decide, do I continue on with real estate or not? And they decide, nah, I don't want to continue on with real estate. Fast forward 8 years, 10 years, another fork in the road. And now real estate looks like a good option again. And you call the real estate commission and say, I was an agent for you 8 years ago and I'm ready to be an agent again. What do I need to do? The real estate commission says, you have to start all over. I can't tell you what to do. Personally, if I thought I was done with real estate, I think it would be worth sending in the $45 every year just to keep an inactive license. Worst case scenario, I would just have to go back and redo post, right? Worst case scenario. The last in-person class that I taught, I had 2 people that were there because they had an expired license of more than 2 years. This happens a lot more than what you realize. Again, I can't tell you what to do, but when you think you're done, consider sending in that $45 every year. What questions do I have on that? Isn't that crazy? By the way, the renewal period, they'll let you know. You'll get a postcard, you'll get emails, your broker in charge will tell you. I hate to say it, but they're almost a little obnoxious about it. It's like, yes, I paid it, but I don't think they want you in the situation where you may have to take pre-licensing again. So if you're not aware of the renewal period, it's because you got your head in the sand and you're not paying any attention to anything going on around you or your emails. Just know, just pay attention. Again, we got a renewal period coming up in what, less than 2 months. I get the email. I don't know. I tend to pay mine on May 15th, so I just don't have to worry about it. It's a done deal. The Real Estate Commission now only accepts renewal periods online payment. So you can no longer, within the last 3 to 4 years, you can no longer send in a check. Look at how much they've progressed over the years. We're all so proud. 11:59 p.m. on June 30th is the latest you have.
Julie,
yeah,
I believe that in one of the classes they said that there were some blackout dates. Is that
for CE? Mm-hmm. Yep, and we're getting ready to talk about CE. Yep. Yep. Okay, but they'll take your money. They'll take your money from May 15th to June 30th. No problem. You go on in the middle of the night, pay if you want to, right? Just do it in that window, pay. Okay. So let's talk about you guys. My PBs. I call you guys brokers with training wheels. You can't ride your bike by yourself just yet, right? You're close, but your BIC still has to serve. If you want to go out and ride your bike, you still have to have a BIC as a PB. You guys have to complete your post licensing within 18 months. I know I asked you at the beginning, and I'm sorry that was 2 weeks ago, but I think some of you are, is anybody done after this class? No, Christina is good, good. So this is your third post. You guys, your 18 months is your anniversary date of when you got your license. So if you look on your license, as a matter of fact, I have mine right here. If you look, it gives you a date, and that date sets your 18 months. That's how long you have. All of you probably have a different date. The real estate commission is not going to call you after 16.5 months and say, don't forget to do your post licensing. This is entirely up to you to keep track of that time. If you don't do it within 18 months, you are inactive until you get it complete. So even if you're practicing in the throes of a transaction, if that 18 months gets away from you, you will go inactive on your anniversary date or the day after, and you will stay inactive until you get it complete. And if you go 2 years without doing it, I think you have to start all over. Again, I had a lady in post licensing last year. She got her license 10 years ago and she never took post, but she paid that $45 every year. So fast forward 10 years on an inactive license, and she called the commission. This said, provisional broker, take post licensing. But she only got to do that because she paid that $45. You guys have to be supervised by a broker in charge to be active. I think we're good with that. And post licensing and CE, I'm sorry, are two different things. Yeah.
I have a question on that. So let's say you're a PB and you complete your post licenses in the 18 months, but you still haven't affiliated with the firm. Mm-hmm. Once you affiliate with the firm, are you still going to be considered a provisional broker after your post licensing, or you could just, are you
post licensing is all you need to remove that provisional status. Okay. So once you complete post, you're just a broker and you're active whether you're with a firm or not.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. That's the only thing you need. Some people say you got to wait 3 years or you got to do 12 transactions. No. The only thing you need to do to remove that provisional status is do your 3 post licensing within 18 months. And then after that, you're just a broker. You lose your training wheels, right? And you're just a broker. Most brokers choose to stay affiliated with a firm. But remember, if you're a broker and you don't want to affiliate or you don't want to be out on your own just yet, you can choose to be inactive too. So maybe if you're not ready to affiliate, you can just contact the commission and request to be inactive until you are ready, if you don't want to be that liability. And post licensing doesn't count as CE. You guys, pre and post licensing and CE are 2 totally different departments down at the commission. Pre and post is one department, CE is a different department. The two don't mesh, right? So you don't get CE credit for doing post licensing. You don't get post licensing credit for doing CE. They're 2 totally different things. Other questions about you guys, about your provisional brokers? Then we got CE. We do 8 hours of continuing education every year. We do a 4-hour update course and we do a 4-hour elective. Depending on who you are, tells you which update course to take. If you're a PB or a full broker, you do the general update, also known as the Gen Up. If you're BIC eligible or broker in charge, designated broker in charge, you do the BIC Up, the broker in charge update. Make sure you do the right update, because if you don't do the right update, they won't give you credit. So broker and PBs do Gen Up, BICs do BIC Up. The update course is the commission's opportunity to make sure we're all getting the same information across the state. I think the last bulletin I looked at, there was over 100,000 licensees in this state right now. 100,000 licensees. And the update is the real estate commission's opportunity to make sure that we have the current information, make sure that we're doing the same thing, getting that same information. In addition to the update that's required, the same for everybody, you also have an elective. An elective is a topic of your choosing. I'm going to go out there and say, name a topic, and I'm pretty sure you can find an elective course about it. What do you want to know more about? Contract law, going green, mold. There are an update course for property management, commercial, whatever you're interested in learning more about. there's probably an elective out there for it. So you can use this opportunity, 2 birds, 1 stone, right? You get CE credit and you can learn about something that you choose to help grow your business. So we do 8 hours a year. If you want an active license, you pay the fee and you do 8 hours of CE.
For the
Everybody,
For the CE, is it the same time period, like from May 15th to June 30th, or can you do it early?
Yep, I'm getting ready to talk about that. Yep. So the deadline, who can tell me when the deadline to do CE is every year? When's it due?
June 10th.
June 10th. CE is due every year, June 10th. Y'all put this date, etch it in your brain. This date needs to be up there with like your birthday and Christmas, right? Very important date. Here's the deal. Remember, we just said a few minutes ago, commission's fiscal year, July 1st to June 30th. Renewal period is May 15th to June 30th. Renewal period is the opportunity that we have to pay our fee. That's the window that we have to pay our fee. They cut CE off on June 10th. No education provider in the state of North Carolina is allowed to offer CE from June 11th to June 30th. That's the blackout period that Christina was just asking about. Nobody can offer CE during that time. The reason being is because everybody's renewing their license. The real estate, you heard me just say over 100,000 licensees in this state right now. The real estate commission is processing that. They're making sure we've done our CEs. And guys, it's not just agents that renew during this time. Firms have to renew, schools have to renew, instructors have to renew. Everybody renews during this May 15th to June 30th. So they give you this cutoff date and they say June 11th to June 30th is a blackout period. If you don't do CE by June 10th, you wake up on June 11th and go, oh my God, I forgot CE. What do I do? You got about 20 days to get your affairs together, get it closed if you can, because on July 1st, assuming you've paid the fee, when you wake up on July 1st, your license is inactive. Can you practice on an inactive license? Can you get paid on an inactive license? No. So you do have a little bit of window. Maybe you can push closing ahead, right? If it's supposed to schedule in July, maybe you can get it bumped ahead a little bit. So if you don't, you can't activate until you get caught up on your CE. So the new year starts on July 1st. Good luck finding a real estate school that offers CE in July. Maybe you can, maybe you get to travel and go somewhere else in the state. But typically the real estate commission doesn't offer this year's material until like August or September. So most schools don't start ramping up CE again until the fall. The commission has to, they're working on next year's CE material right now as we speak. They have to present it to the CE instructors so the CE instructors can present it to you. And usually they don't call the CE instructors to Raleigh until, like I said, August or September. So most schools won't start offering CE again until the new material's out. Again, you might find a rogue one that's doing it in July, but I wouldn't bank on that.
All right,
so pay the fee and do your CE by June 10th. Yeah.
So here's my question.
Yeah.
And this is just pertaining to me because, or, you know, it could have pertained to somebody else, but so I don't have to take CEs this year because I just obtained my license.
That's right.
Can I take this fall? Can I take a CE for next year? Do you know what I mean?
So the year, when you say year, remember right now, we are currently in I got to stop and think about this. I'm in March. So we are currently in the 2021-2022 year, right? This is where it gets confusing because they don't go by physical, or they don't go by calendar year. So you don't have to do CE this year, but you do have to do CE anytime from July 1st to June 10th, 2022, 2023, right? July 2022 to June 2023. And that's what I mean by year. So maybe this is an easier way to remember this. And let me get rid of some of this. My timeline's getting. So we have our physical year. We know our renewal period is May 15th to June 30th. And let's, for simplicity, just say this is May 15th to June 30th this year. So we're in the 2021-2022 year. Our renewal period is May 15th to June 30th, 2022. Maria, when did you get your license?
September 2021.
Of 2021. Mm-hmm. So you got your license right about here, right? Ish.
Yeah.
You don't have to do CE this year, but you do have to pay the fee. So when I say this year, I'm not talking about 2022. I'm talking about the Real Estate Commission's physical year of July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. So you can take your first CE August of 2022 as soon as it's available, right? You don't have to wait till June 10th, which leads me to my next point. Y'all, please don't wait until June 10th. All sorts of things can go wrong on June 10th. What if you're taking CE via Zoom and you wake up and Spectrum's working on the cable out front of your house and you don't have internet? What if you're taking CE in person and you wake up and you have a flat tire? What if? I highly recommend you guys take CE. Us agents say all the time, we're slow in the winter, right? We slow down in the winter first of the year. Why not do your CE then? So you have it knocked out before the spring market rolls around. Why not knock it out when times that we're slower? Please don't wait until June 10th. We all promised me that. Julie, I promise you I won't wait until June 10th. Back in my administrative days, I was kind of the lane of a real estate school. And I'm telling you, on June 11th, my phone was blowing up. I forgot to do CE. What do I do? Nothing I can do for you.
So quick question to that.
Yep.
So if you don't do your CE, but you still pay your renewals, you're inactive for a whole realtor year, fiscal year?
You're inactive until you can do your CE.
Okay.
So you're inactive until, again, if you can find a school in July, if not, you may have to wait until August or September.
And after that, Julie, you have to pay double, I think, right?
No, because you've already paid the fee. You're inactive, so you paid the fee.
Not expired, right?
Yep. So you just got to get caught up on your CE. So when you wake up on June 11th and go, oh my God, I forgot to do CE, still pay the fee, still pay the fee. Because again, you might find a school offering CE on July 5th. You might, there's a chance, right? Like I said, you may get to travel to somewhere else in the state, but there's a chance that you can find. So you wake up on June 1st and go, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Still pay the fee, because then you just got to get caught up on your CE. And to the point, I want to make sure you guys get, whenever the rest of you got your license, make sure we understand, whenever you get your license, think of it this way: you get your first renewal period free of CE. So whenever you get your license, the first time you hit May 15th, you don't have to do CE. You still have to pay the fee. So you get your first year off of CE. The thinking is you just finish pre and post, so you have the most current information. So they do give you that. Don't say the commission doesn't do anything for you. They do give you that first year off of CE. But after that, every year that you want an active license, pay the fee and do CE. Kind of rhymes, doesn't it? It's easy to remember. How do you stay in business? Pay the fee and do CE.
Quick question.
Yep.
The CE classes have like a test to be passed, or just this education?
So the general update is still required to be live. May that be in person or on Zoom. So you're not going to have a test with the update. You have the option. You can do elective in person or on Zoom, but you also have the option to do asynchronous, and asynchronous is self-paced. So if you do a self-paced elective, they're going to give you a test after each section just to make sure you're sitting there and paying attention. If you're either on Zoom or in person, they have attendance requirements. Like you can't miss more than 20 minutes for any reason. There is no test though if you are in person. What you and I are doing right now is called synchronous, which means we're separated by distance, not by time. Right? The only difference is we can't reach out and touch each other. We're just separated by distance. So I can see if you're sitting here or not. CE classes can see if you're sitting here, and same thing if you're in person. So the answer to that, Maria, is it depends. If you don't want to do a test, then don't do asynchronous. The good news on that, if you do asynchronous, you get like 30 days to do it, right? So I think you can knock out a 4-hour class in 30 days. And actually it'd be a little bit longer because they throw the test in. So it might be like 4 hours and 20 minutes or something like that, right? What other questions do I have about CE or post? Or, I mean, hell, anything for that matter. Why not? By good, June 10th. I could stand here all night long and tell you stories about people that the Real Estate Commission says they may grant you an extension for CE or post if you have a hardship. An example of a hardship is like active military deployment. COVID-19 was a hardship a couple of years ago. They were granting CE and post licensing extensions. What's not a hardship? I got busy and I forgot. That's not going to fly. They say you had the better part of a year to take 8 hours. Are you kidding me? Okay. Current license means what? If your license is current, it's because you've
paid the fee.
Paid the fee. A current license is all about the money. It's nothing about education. Okay. I got just enough time to talk about our last form, which means all we have to do tomorrow is review rules and expectations of exam, and then exam. So that's our agenda for tomorrow. So the last form that we have to talk about is our short sale addendum. And there's several things I like about this form. We start with a big blue note. The backup contract addendum should not be used in conjunction with this form when more than one contract of sale is being signed by the seller, as this form manages multiple contracts when necessary. What? We'll talk more about that in just a second in this form. You guys see this though? More than one contract. That doesn't say offer, does it? That says more than one contract, as this form manages multiple contracts when necessary. We'll talk more about that in just a second. So short sale addendum, property, who's the seller and the buyer. The thing that this form does first it stops and defines what a short sale is. I like that a whole lot. There's a whole lot of inexperience. There's a whole lot of misinformation out there about short sales. So a short sale is actually 3 pieces. The first piece says that the purchase price is not sufficient for the seller to pay what they owe. The seller owes more than what they can sell their house for. And the second piece says the seller does not have sufficient liquid assets to pay the cost. So I can't sell the house and drain my savings account and pay what I owe. Liquid assets, right? Whatever readily available cash, whatever you can get out of the bank today. So you can't sell it, you can't get your assets. And the third piece is that the lien holders, all of the lien holders, have to agree to release their liens. They have to agree to accept less than what they're owed. So here's the deal. Short sales in North Carolina, material fact, which means if you're listing a property that's a potential short sale, you have to disclose that. The lien holders are not going to consider the short sale until they have a bona fide contract in their hand. So we advertise as a potential short sale. Does potential mean that it is a short sale? Potential means maybe it is, maybe it's not, right? So we advertise a potential short sale. The buyer and the seller negotiate the terms like they always do. That part never changes. The buyer makes an offer with purchase price, due diligence, earnest money, all that other good stuff. And the two negotiate the terms like they always do. And once we have a signed contract in our hand, that contract is sent to the lien holders for them to decide if they're willing to give up less than what it's owed. But the lien holders aren't going to make that decision until they know that what a buyer is willing to pay. Does that make sense? The term short sale is often confused. A short sale has nothing to do with the length of time that these things take. It's short because the seller is short on funds. The seller is short on money to close. They say on average, you can expect 6 months for a short sale. Average. Some are more, some are less. I have a superlative in my firm for having the longest contracts. That's not what I want to be known for. Remember the 2-year lease to own I had? Okay. And I was on the market for like 6 months. So it's like 2.5 years. Okay. I've also had an 11.5-month short sale. Dang it, I work hard for my money. I don't know. Can I have a superlative for like, I don't know, best buy or something? No, I've had the longest contracts in my office, 11.5-month short sale. The name of the game with the short sale is patience. All you can do, buyers and sellers, is patiently wait for the lien holders to approve. And I don't know why, but they never seem to be in a big hurry to make that decision. Then the form goes in to discuss risks for both buyer and seller. Risk. No lien holder is required to approve the short sale. So you get the buyer under contract. If all of the lien holders don't approve it, the seller can't sell. So just because we're under contract is no kind of guarantee that we're going to go to closing. There's a risk involved there, right? We got to get all the lien holders on board to agree to sell. Lien holders may require some terms of the contract to be amended. So we go under contract, the lien holders get their hands on it and they say, no, we need to renegotiate this. But buyer and seller are not obligated to agree to any of the lien holders' proposed terms. So the lien holders can throw the buyers and sellers into round 2 of negotiations. And both parties have to agree to those terms. Buyer needs to understand that the seller may not be financially able to make repairs. The lien holders may say, look, you can't afford me. I'm not going to let you throw down $4,000 for the electrical. Does that make sense? They're saying if you have an extra $4,000 to throw around, you're going to give that to me, not to the electrician. So the seller may not be allowed to make repairs. The due diligence and the due diligence fee are usually not refundable in the event the short sale is not approved. So if one lien holder says no, the buyer's not getting their due diligence back. If I were you, I would go in with very little due diligence and a whole lot of earnest money. Right? I would take that approach. Both of my short sales, my due diligence was a 0. I didn't have anything, but we went in heavy on the earnest money because there's no guarantee that the buyer can get that back. Lien holders' approval may take several weeks or months to obtain, and neither the seller nor their agent can guarantee the timeliness of that approval. Again, the name of the game is patience. I don't know another way to tell you guys that. If you're getting involved in a short sale, and we're going to see these coming back, there's got to be consequences in this market with buyers paying more than the home's worth. And I think foreclosures and short sales are going to be some of those consequences. So we're going to see it. Neither the buyer, the seller, the closing attorney, nor the brokers in the transaction have any control over the lien holder's approval or any act, omission, or decision by any lien holders in the short sale process. You can't call the lien holders every day and say, have you approved it yet? 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 You just got to be patient. You just got to be, and don't look at your buyers and say, oh, they'll have it done in a couple months. You don't know. They say on average 6 months.
When we were taking Trisha's class, she gave us the name of a guy who specializes in short sales that she recommended very highly. His name is Stephen Wild.
Okay. I'll write that down.
Yeah, with Wild Law Firm. She says that he's like the quickest she's ever seen.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure.
The short sale addendum creates a contingency. There are no contingencies, right? But when you add the short sale addendum, we've created contingency. And now what the contingency says is, if the seller doesn't get lien holder approval, they can't sell. So the contingency is, I can't sell my property if I first don't get lien holder approval. Either party can terminate the contract while the lien holders are deciding. If the buyers are tired of waiting, if the sellers, maybe they're not going to do a short sale, maybe they have to do foreclosure now, either party can terminate, and the earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. So again, I say go heavy on earnest money, because if we don't get approval, or if your buyer terminates or your seller terminates, we can get the buyer their earnest money back. Due diligence dates, settlement dates. I can't put a date in the contract because I don't know when we're going to get lien holders approval. Due diligence technically doesn't start until we get due diligence approval. So I can't put a date in here. So we're just told it actually puts in a 15-day period for due diligence. So you find out today you get lien holder approval, you get 15 days for due diligence, or you can put 30 or, you know, whatever you want to in this blank. And then same thing with settlement. They have a 30-day or the number of days. So you can't put a date. And then we're told, instead of putting dates in the due diligence and the settlement date, just put see attached short sale addendum. So in the contract for the dates, we're directing everybody to the short sale addendum to know how many days we get. This is where it gets interesting. Other offers and additional contracts. The rules of the North Carolina Real Estate Commission require offers from other buyers received by the seller's agent to be presented to the seller. Because we present what offers to our sellers? All of them. Even when you have a short sale out for approval. The Real Estate Commission also requires the seller's agent to inform lien holders of all offers and contracts on the sale of the property received after a request for a short sale has been submitted by such agent to any lien holder. So you got a contract that a lien holder is considering, another offer comes in, negotiate, go under contract. Now you got to send that other contract to both contracts to the lien holder, right? Because they got to consider everything. And what bottom line for them, they care about what's the least expensive and the least amount of time, right? How can they get out of this the easiest that they can? Seller hereby represents to buyer that there is or is not an existing contract on the sale of the property. Other offers from buyers may be accepted and become a contract. Seller or lien holders may elect to choose which contract they want. The lien holders are going to choose which one they want. Again, if we have multiple contracts, whichever one gets selected, the ones that don't, the buyers are going to get their earnest money back. The buyers aren't going to lose their earnest money unless they terminate after due diligence. So if we don't get lien holder approval, if your buyer says, I'm done, I'm out, I want to terminate, we're going to get them their earnest money back. So there's good news there for your buyers. Seller may or may not face foreclosure during the short sale approval, waiting on the short sale approval, depending on how long it takes and how many more months they have before foreclosure. Seller has to disclose that they are not under bankruptcy. Sellers advised to talk to everybody. They need to talk to an attorney. They need to talk to a CPA. They need to talk to everybody. This is a big, short sales tend to be better for sellers than foreclosures. A foreclosure stays on with you 7 years, on your history for 7 years. Short sales only 3. So if the seller can pull off a short sale, it's better for them, but it's entirely up to the lien holder. And again, what's the lien holder going to do? It depends on what costs them the less and what takes the least amount of time. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. And then the last page of this is notice of approval of the short sale. So once all the lien holders have approved it, the seller has to notify the buyer in writing, and they can do so using page 4. I will never forget the day when the listing agent called me and said, Julie, guess what? The lien holders approved. And I think I sat there just stunned. I've been waiting 11 and a half. I think I just sat there like an idiot, like I didn't know what to do now at this point, you know. It was a long, oh, and by the way, these buyers were like really good friends of mine. So that made it all the interesting too. You know, like we'd go out to dinner. Have you heard anything? I promise you the first call I make as soon as I hear something. Questions or comments on a short sale? We're going to see these. They're going to come back. Like I said, there's got to be some kind of repercussion to this market. And I think short sales and foreclosures are going to be a thing.
I do have a question, Julie.
Sure.
I'm so sorry.
No.
Is there a time frame in this contract for, because I mean, I've done short sales many times, but mine says 90 days, 180 days. I don't see any type of
because
date.
There's not.
Okay. Because in here,
yeah, nobody can make a guarantee of the timeliness of the lien holders, a review, approval, or rejection. So we got nothing.
So the buyer has to remain here until it gets approved, or they can just get out at any time?
They can terminate at any time. And
Okay.
if they do terminate at any time, it's in here somewhere, they'll get their earnest money back. So after 6 months, if they're tired of waiting, they can go.
Okay.
Right. With my friends, when other houses came on the market and I was showing it to them, like we were still out looking at property, you know, but they just never found the one. They really, really wanted that house. Last time we went to dinner, they jokingly said they were thinking about selling. I thought I was going to come across the table. I'm like, no, y'all are staying here another 10 years. You know? No. It's a ha ha ha.
Just for you to feel better, I did one that lasted almost 18 months.
See, thank you. Thank you. I mean, I'm sorry for you, but it's crazy. And that one we did, I mean, the listing agent was amazing. Her email signature boasted herself as a foreclosure short sale specialist.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness, that's a heck of a way to make a living, you know, but she was amazing. She did this every day. So just proceed with caution, and when in doubt, everybody needs to talk to their attorney and their accountant if necessary. We'll see this. Like I said, you got, by the time you guys will get going, whenever you start your firms and get going, yep, we're going to see this. So just be prepared. All right. What else for tonight? Anything else? Like I said, I'm thrilled with where we are. So tomorrow we're going to do a review, exam rules and expectation, and exam. If you have any questions tomorrow, reach out, let me know. Let me answer any last minute questions before 5:15 tomorrow night. So don't hesitate. Otherwise, you guys have a good night. Study hard tomorrow. And we'll see you guys tomorrow night.
All right. Good night.
Good night.